All right, I think we are live. I don't see the live red yet, but I'm gonna assume, oh, there we are. All right, welcome tonight. We are starting our second board meeting of the month for November 2020. It is November 16th, and this is the Bellevue School Board of Directors meeting. And we're gonna start with roll call. I am Christine Chu.
Francine Wiest.
Carolyn Watson.
Dr. Erica Malif and Seema Serafin, those two directors will be joining us shortly. They both had some work meetings that were running over.
And I'm Ivan Duran, Superintendent.
Awesome, thanks everybody. All right, Jen, would you please be so kind as to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Jen, you're on mute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Jen. And tonight, for our land acknowledgement, we actually have a Newport High School senior here to join us. Her name is Ayana Fong, and she's going to go ahead and introduce our land acknowledgement.
Hi. As she said, my name is Ayana Fong. I am a senior at Newport High School. I am an enrolled member of the Coos Bay tribe. So yeah. So for the land acknowledgement, sorry. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our broad community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional indigenous land of the Coast Salish people. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Ayana, for joining us tonight. We really appreciate that. So now we're going to just move into a couple of quick acknowledgements that we have for the month of November. And we'll remind everyone again that November is National Native American Heritage Month, and our district has been celebrating that. And that this week is American Education Week, and we celebrated Veterans Day last week on the 11th of November. And on November 18th, we have Education Support Professionals Day. So with all those things in mind, we're going to go ahead and jump into this meeting. And that brings us to the approval of the agenda, which a few things have moved around, but I think it's generally all the same items that we expected to be there are there. Any questions or issues with the board, with board directors regarding, we're not quite on the consent agenda, just the agenda in general. Okay, great. Then we will consider the agenda approved as presented, and that brings us to the consent agenda. Any questions, comments, or items to pull from the consent agenda? Carolyn, are you talking? Because I think you are on mute.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention something regarding the consent agenda. And all that was I was wondering if we should communicate something about this levy resolution in a positive way to the voters. The voters approved more than state law would allow us to collect. So that's $11 million that the Bellevue voters approved, but that won't actually be collected in their property taxes. And I just wanted to say something along the lines that we deeply thank them for the generosity that they were willing to approve that. But we won't be collecting it.
Thanks, Carolyn. Yeah, we, double appreciation on that count, like letting folks know that we won't be collecting every bit of it. But also thanks to our community for supporting our levies in our schools. It makes a big difference in what we're able to do for our students. So thank you very much.
I just wanted to echo that. Like, I considered if we were taking an actual vote on it, not voting. I realize it's something that's required, but it is to the point that if we were able to collect that, the tough decisions that we're making going forward to cut money from our budget, this would pretty much take care of that. We wouldn't be facing the shortfalls that we are if we were able to collect that. So on the one hand, it's great to be able to say thank you to our community. You supported us. We wouldn't need to be making these cuts. We're also cognizant that having a little bit less of that money collected may help some of our families right now as well. But overall, that if we had these funds, our district would be in much better shape. And so we need to redouble our efforts to the legislature to indicate that we should be able to collect these funds because we really need them to support our students and families.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to call out right now that Francine and Carolyn are both serving as board director liaisons to our community advisory group that is advising our superintendent right now on the budget and some other major issues and activities. So want to appreciate the work that you guys are putting in to stay up top on what's going on there and to keep that front and center in our discussion here tonight. So thank you both. Any other consent agenda items to raise? All right, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I think Carolyn moved. She's on mute.
Oh, here we go again. I'll move that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and second that. And I'm going to ask, is there anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda as presented? Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda as presented?
I'm going to abstain. I just want it to, when we talk to our legislators, to be clear that we do not entirely support the way this levy process is going.
Okay, so then I'm going to have to ask a question of Felipe.
It doesn't pass, yeah.
Yeah, I need to consult and know whether or not having to approve something, since we are 3 a quorum and the majority of the quorum approved something, does that mean that it's approved, or do we need to have quorum approve?
You need a quorum to begin the meeting and to engage in activity, but when you're taking a specific vote, if there's only a quorum available, then a majority would suffice.
Okay, so 2 in this case is a majority and that's sufficient to pass?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you for that. All right, so Francine, your abstention is then noted and we are able to move on. Thank you, everyone. And thanks, Francine, for calling out the importance of that. It is definitely non-trivial to the staffing, to the programming, to everything that we need to deal with right now for our students. All right, that brings us to public comments. So I'm going to read the guidelines and then Jen will share with us. We received a lot of public comments over the last week or so, or 2 weeks. And so she will read a representative sample and all of them will become part of the official meeting materials. All right, so the board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. All public comments submitted online and in compliance with the stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following receipt of the comments. So thank you very much to all who have submitted comments, and we are still looking into finding a way to potentially allow folks to make their comments live in these online meetings, and we will share more information as it becomes available. But until that time, this is our approach. So Jen, could you please share the comments from this week?
Yes.
Thank you.
There, I was at 3:30 this afternoon, actually a little bit later than that, because I did do a check. There are 19 public comments, and I will start with the following. And I do have a timer here. There are so many that, Christine, I just did want to check, in the 10 minutes that we have, would it be okay to do a 2-minute per comment and see where we get to?
Sure, that's fine. I think you had said that there were at least like 6 that we really want to make sure that we get in there to get a good breadth of comments. So let's make sure we get those in there, and then any others we can fit.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
From Karen Hayes. Hi, with 2 children with 504 plans, have you been able to agree on an MOU for reopening? Have you been able to get some of the 2.3 million Abbott Binax now COVID tests over to the state of Washington from the federal government to support reopening schools? If not, are you going to request them? Do you know how many families are ready to get back when schools reopen? Karen Hayes. Excuse me, I just put the wrong button there. Okay. From Aaron Gregoff, my family passionately urges you to find a way to put plans into action for our BSD students to return to in-person learning immediately. I can only echo and emphasize what I'm sure you've heard thousands of times over the past 8 months. The emotional and financial costs of keeping kids home from school is astronomical. BSD needs to find a way to get kids back into the classroom ASAP. Personally, this time away from in-person learning has been more emotionally and psychologically damaging for my 3 children than you can possibly imagine. The current state of long-term isolation and disconnection from peers and educators has left my children feeling anxious and depressed, to the point of requiring medical treatment. Not to mention their education is falling behind every student receiving in-school education since this pandemic started. BSD, I was on the fence when deciding where my children should attend school. I assumed I'd send them to a private school. However, I was so impressed by what I saw and heard at Puesto del Sol when we lotteried into the program. It made our decision easy. Now, 8 years and 1 pandemic later, I'm starting to regret my decision. We're so close to pulling our kids out of BSD and taking them to private school where kids are in session, right here in Bellevue, because the toll of being out of school has been devastating to our family. BSD, you've spent far too much time forecasting and weighing the options of when and if you should return and what may or may not happen when the governor or office of the superintendent or Dr. Fauci has said since March 13th. But now it's time to get to work on the physical and actual job of getting our schools equipped with safety partitions, UV sanitizers, and additional ventilation. It is time to go to work on getting our teachers into the classrooms. If they don't want to be in the classroom, find a way to let them go and get teachers who will. You know what happens when a grocery store checker doesn't want to go to work. He doesn't get paid. It's that simple. BSD, it is time to get, that's the time. From Yurong Sue. Hello, I have a question on the new grade assessment guideline and another question. Thank you. For the new grade assessment guideline, I read that students will be assessed in different methods for grades. I can fully understand why special needs children need to do this, but giving regular students different ways of testing, would that be fair to all students? And also, college won't do this to our students. Are we preparing them well for our colleges? My other question is regarding a question from a board of directors, Erica Mealy. Her question was if our students will get learning, which is equal to 1 year of learning this year, given the COVID situation. I have the same question. I recall that Eva Collins, the deputy superintendent, responded that they will, but Eva didn't explain how students can achieve that, given that some students are only getting 2 days of study time during COVID versus previous regular school time. Thanks. From Peter Davidson. As the parent of a BSD student, I encourage the board to continue to follow the science-backed evaluation on return to school plans. While I agree there are challenges with online schooling, given the current situation with unchecked community spread, any plans to return to in-person schooling should be based on having both the resources to keep all parties safe and infection levels that meet the requirements as outlined as safe by public health experts. While there has been a very small but vocal group that is demanding a return to school, despite the recent spike in COVID numbers, it is imperative that the board continues to use sound methodology to ensure the safe return for everyone, including the teachers, staff, and families. Regards, Peter Davidson. Sorry about that. I had a child interruption, so I do apologize for that. It's the reality of working from home. From Mark L. Lachelle. Dear BSD board, I'm writing on behalf of my two daughters, a 5th grader and 8th grader, both attending school in BSD. This has been a trying year for us all, but more so for our children deprived of the quintessential childhood experience, the chance to learn academically and socially in what has in the past been perceived as one of the nation's best school districts. Speaking for my family and friends from around the area, I request an immediate transition from stage 2 to stage 3, both of which are permitted under the current COVID-19 conditions. Thank you. From Lakshmi Venue. I'm deeply concerned that BSD is lacking the planning and action to open schools for an in-person option this academic year or the start of the next. Without a concerted effort, our children may not experience in-person school until 2022. The costs of remote learning include unreported child abuse, as teachers are key to reporting, mental health issues, 14 suicides year to date, regression in skills and apathy about learning. Many families have parents who work outside the home, cannot afford private tutoring, and are simply stressed. An in-person option would greatly help them. We need to mobilize our school staff, parents, and community to mitigate negative effects of all of these. I read your recent update, which addresses K to 2nd, but that is only 23% or less of the student population. I also am aware that more information is coming in January, but I'm not convinced that there is a plan to achieve readiness. I would very much appreciate transparency on the level of planning you have done and the milestones you are working to. Here are some specific questions I have. I'd like you to address these for us at the next board meeting. Is a specific individual ultimately responsible for a complete plan to open in-person learning? Who is it? What are their goals, and are they meeting them? How much funding would you need to buy the PPE and other safety or cleaning materials to operate in-person school? How are you planning to secure the funding? Given your current knowledge and plan, what is the expected in-person learning date for each school and grade level? How are you influencing and engaging other government and community groups to support in-person learning? What is the teachers' union position on opening in-person learning? How are you engaging them? Please let us know where your hands are tied or where you are blocked so we can help. Bars, hair salons, gyms, etc. worked very hard to open in person, but they are not as essential in our community. From the group Schools Essential, transitioning to stage 3. Dear Dr. Duran, a few days ago, the district published a revised return to building plan. While we acknowledge that plan is a move in the right direction, the changes are too little and too slow given the damage being done to our children. King County Public Health has issued an advisory due to the surge in teen suicides. 4 young lives were lost in just 1 month in our country, an astonishing number compared to 3 COVID-associated deaths since March in the entire state. The sharp increase in suicide rate is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the widespread mental health challenges our children face. A recent ACLU study found that the number of students who rated their mental health wellness as 3 or lower on a scale of 1 to 10 is shot up from 7.2% to 23%. For many children, going to school is a safer option than staying at home, especially for those from marginalized families. Data from New York City have shown that the infection rate at its schools is only about 1/3 of that of the community. A recent study done by the UK's National Foundation for Education Research shows that 3 months of school closure will lead to a 50% increase in the learning gap between rich and poor students, and our students have been out of school for 8 months. In addition, child abuse has become extremely difficult to detect within the remote setting. Neighboring school districts recognize that school closure is doing far more harm to our children than COVID and are changing course. Issaquah School District's board passed a resolution stating that failure to provide in-person learning has had severe impact on district operations and has eroded public confidence in the district. Mercer Island School District has announced that it is bringing back kindergartners in December 2nd. Enumclaw School District will start hybrid learning for K-2 by the end of November and for 3 to 5 shortly after. School districts across Lewis County have been returning students to school at an accelerated pace. From Lola LeBlanc. Dear BSD board and community, I'm writing with concern about the younger children in our community. My name is Lola LeBlanc and I live in Bridal Trails and I have 2 boys in 5th grade at Cherry Crest. Their teachers are doing an excellent job for this situation. I'm a former educator and education director at 2 children's museums. I've also worked as a public health manager in the area children's health. I see and feel the younger children of our community suffering from lack of in-person contact. Robust planning. I'm encouraging you to move forward with a robust plan of screening, monitoring, and planning student configuration as districts across the country with far less resources have done. Where's the innovation and planning that BSD prides itself on? The poorest school districts in the country are doing this.
And that's time, Jen.
Thank you.
All right, thanks Jen, thanks Mike, and thank you to everybody who took the time to share their comments with us. Again, just a reminder that the board does receive and read each of the comments that is submitted, regardless of whether or not it is read aloud. So that is actually one of the nice advantages of the public comment in this format, is when we have more comments than we have allotted time for, we still receive all of them because they come in this form, but still we are looking for ways to bring the live comments back if we can possibly pull that off. It's a little more complicated than we thought. Technically, it is doable. It's just a few more complications and investments time-wise to get it done. So we will figure that out. And meanwhile, thank you again. And that takes us to item 4 on our agenda. Now we're only expected to spend a few minutes on this, so I'm going to walk us through what we've got here and let folks chime in. First, the board resolution that I said I would table until I had a chance per request of board members to talk with our superintendent, who is back from leave, and glad to have him back and glad to know that that he is working on a joint communication from the board and families, the board and the district to our families to talk about supporting at this time, and said he would be happy to support this additional resolution as a statement of support for our community. So I'm just going to put it back on the table. I'm going to motion that we approve this reaffirmation of our commitment to supporting each and every student, to committing and to supporting equity, racial equity, and taking care of all of our students in this time that is really added to deep challenges from COVID, from the election environment, from our greater understanding of the inequities in our society that affect all of our community as well. So I think that it is important that our board regularly affirms that it is in support of this work and the work that the district is doing to advance it. So I'd like to make the motion that we approve this, and I'm asking if someone will second that.
I would like to request something. Is there any way we can do this when Seema's here? When all 5 of us are here?
I actually just joined, so I didn't hear the beginning, but thank you.
Well, then I guess I will not try to figure, sorry, I was trying to figure out where we could move it to. So since Seema's here now, great. So again, I will reiterate for Seema's.
Can I just ask, sorry, just Christine, I think I heard part of something about referencing the superintendent. So I think the main thing I wanted to know is, are we going to be doing, like, will the superintendent be drafting a statement or creating a statement that he would be issuing and we would be signatories to versus the board having a resolution? Is it the former or the latter?
It's the two together. It's the combination that we'll make a joint statement and that the board would support this. And I'm sure our superintendent just came on camera, so I'm sure he could talk about the statement that he's working on.
Yeah, I have a statement, same that I put together in a couple different versions, one for the web and one actual letter that speaks to the resolution, but overall just speaks to also some of the work that we did to support, what our educators and leaders have done to support our students during the election time that's ongoing and the whole process, and ultimately again just reaffirming our commitment to supporting our students, ensuring that we're looking at the harassment, intimidation, bullying, and those pieces that we have mentioned previously in other resolutions. So trying to pull it together in a good communication so that it really does again just make a statement around where we are as an organization and how we stand to support our students and families as best as possible.
Okay, so I'm hearing from you, I just want to make sure I catch this. I'm hearing from you that you want from the board, meaning a resolution's not redundant. It doesn't, on some level, I would say conflict or kind of take away from what you would want to be speaking to the community about. It's a positive reinforcement. Is that right?
I believe it adds on to the work that we're trying to do across the entire organization. And just looking back on some of the other previous resolutions, that we've done in the district, they've always been that opportunity to be able to reaffirm and just make statements around where we are and what we believe in. So I also think that my message going out to the community that will be joined, just will build upon that and again just extend what we're trying to do as an organization.
Any further questions before I ask for a second? Okay. Is someone willing to second the motion?
I'll second.
Thanks. All right, any further discussion? Okay, anyone opposed to approving the resolution as presented? Anyone opposed to approving the resolution as presented? Okay, the resolution is approved. That takes us now to the legislative agenda. And we did have an updated version, but we were going to make one more set of updates to it. We're not changing the content of the resolution per se. We're just trying to reorganize it so that the most important asks are popping right to the top. So we didn't finish that work in time for tonight, and that's my fault. I just didn't finish my part. So we can present to you the resolution that was slightly updated from last time to include the two asks that Carolyn had surfaced. How do we make sure that we're getting the right support for staff members? So like if we need additional nurses or other key staff members, how are we making sure that that's incorporated? And also we incorporated the ask about support for the appropriate testing, like whatever testing is determined that would be productive and helpful to help us with schooling, to make sure that whether that's preventive screening type tests or it's fast turnaround responsive type tests, all of that is part of the ask and the fund for best practices. So those things were addressed. We did not check it in, so I think it's hard for us to ask everyone to approve it because you haven't seen it. So we could put it in here and vote on it at the end of tonight, or we could just come back. I apologize, I didn't realize we hadn't put the version in. So
Christine, I feel like it would be fair to just pull it up at the next meeting. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Yeah. I just I wanted to let people know though, we'll try to send it out like right away so people have a chance to review it, but we did address the things that were asked of us. And we did also reconcile them with our lobbyists and so forth as well. Seema, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, I think you captured it. There were kind of the concerns that Carolyn had raised that you just described. There was also some comments, I think, from Francine about, was it unnecessarily redundant? There were sort of topics that were showing up in multiple places. So we tried to look at it through that lens. And I think, as Christine said, just make it crystal clear, knowing that there's limited resources. What is our what's the biggest ask we have, for our legislators? If they could give us one thing or two things, what would that be? And we tried to front load that, and we were able to leverage insights from not only the lobbyists, but also Melissa, just from a finance perspective. So I think it will be valuable, and my thought would be pull it over to next time.
And since we got your feedback and you've seen it a couple times now, I will say I was able to apply it in a meeting already and use the asks and the items in it pretty effectively. Like it was quite helpful. So I'm grateful to the staff and to the lobbyists and to SEMA for the work they put into pulling us all together. Anyone have questions or additional feedback that we can take before December? So we're going to go ahead and consider this a working document, and we will apply it and use it, but we will get final approval from the board in January. Does that work for everyone? Okay, and Jen says she can post it into this meeting into this meeting material so that folks can find it quickly and easily, and then the public who's listening can also find it. So we'll go ahead and have it up there for you at some point tonight. All right, agenda planning and our annual organizational meeting. I have one item that sort of spans the two. Normally when we have our annual organizational meeting, we have what's called a board night out. And the board night out is a tradition at WASDA, the State School Board Association, where the boards go out and don't talk board business at all. They talk about kids and families and life and vacations and struggles and whatever. It's a social time for us to get to know each other and bond with each other a little bit. And usually, half the time we're in Spokane, so we might have the dinner in Spokane, and half the time we're in Bellevue. This year, since everything's online, we're really not going to have a chance to do an in-person dinner, especially with the COVID situation and the governor's instruction. So we have the option of doing a social meeting online during the conference, but I think if we're online all day for the conference, it would be hard to just spend another bit of time. And Francine had an idea about maybe making it as a sort of kickoff to our new setup, like when we do things. Francine, do you want to jump in and just kind of put that out there for folks to react to?
So unless we hear that people really want to have the event this week, we'll put out a couple of dates in December, maybe the end of the first or second week of December, and see if we have a get together there, and it just kind of kicks off our new kind of board year, and maybe that becomes the potentially a new tradition, or at least it's something we could try. So it would be a short time that we would work to schedule.
That sounds good.
Any other reactions to that? I thought Francine's idea sounded fabulous. It seems like it would just kind of kick us off in a good way and also not do it when we're trying to build on to another. And I think when I looked at the calendar with her, we were thinking second week of December, because in the first week of December, we have a board meeting one night, then we have a school visit on a Thursday morning, and then Thursday night we have a community forum, all of which are great things, but I think that might be a dense week to put it into. So shall we send out a doodle poll or have some forwarding on that?
I think that's great. Yeah.
Okay. Carolyn, Erica, does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right, thanks Francine for giving us an idea how to be fresh on that. That's helpful. All right, any other agenda planning items or issues for the upcoming meetings, the annual organizational meeting? If you haven't signed up or figured out your schedule, it's this week. Wednesday is the pre-session, and then Thursday, Friday are all the sessions. So be sure to take a look at the agenda before the day of. Any other things to bring up? Any concerns about the agenda planning for the next couple meetings in December? All right, then we are done that, and we are into comments and updates. So we've got 10 to 15 minutes for these, and we'll start with the superintendent, and then we're going to go into our big discussion. So comments and updates are coming up front this week as just trying out something new, because they always get relegated to the bottom, and yet they are one of our important places for board members to share and to bring stakeholder experiences into our shared understanding. So Dr. Duran, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll hit a couple of them to get started, so thank you for that. So yeah, so I would say the first of our mental health forums will be this Wednesday at 4 p.m. We're basically having a forum that's about how to support my worried, anxious student. And so we have one on Wednesday, there's one on Thursday. So it's going to be first in a series of 3 that we're doing, knowing that areas around mental health and well-being is something that's very important to us. And we want to make sure that we're providing the right resources and supports to our community and our families and students. We've done a number of changes on our webpage. I think it's important for people to know, but one, we have a community partners and events page that the board asked for from the last meeting. There's a spotlight tile on the homepage. It really just highlights some of our community partners. In addition, we are doing some work to ensure that we have direct connections with members of our staff, with all of our community partners, and we plan on hosting a meeting with them here just to make sure they understand who their new connections are and that they have a direct connection to somebody in the district for their issues and challenges. We also have a new webpage that was created for our public discussion about our budget. It can be navigated from the button on our homepage, and it's a message and staff to families beginning building awareness will be going out this week so that people can really begin to understand some of the work that we are doing to get our budget in order so we can address the issues and challenges that we're facing with the shortfalls that are there. And then finally, we have a website banner. It's dedicated to our stages of our families and staff easily find our back to school buildings plan. So again, appreciate the feedback we received not only from the board, from community members around where we are in the progress and work, and really feel that these updates to our website are going to be important. I do want to mention too that I'm very excited because we did start doing a recent racial equity training in partnership with the board, and we have board president Christine Hsu and board director Carolyn Watson, who's joined us, been in partnership with the Bellevue Education Association, our district equity inclusion leadership team. We plan on adding some of our principals to members to that, but we did start some training to really think about how we can further advance our work around equity and continue to build upon our understandings and beliefs around what we need to do to be a more equitable organization and ensure that we are meeting the needs of all of our students. And that's all I have for right now. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, board director, want to jump in? Anyone want to start on our updates and comments?
I'm going to make mine very limited and go first because last time I think I took a majority of the time giving updates on both Jubilee Reach and Bellevue Schools Foundation. So I'm mainly going to say that I'm going to hand off my time to others because I think I took the majority of time last time. So the main thing I wanted to say was I know that Jubilee Reach had a successful event this Saturday. I will learn. I don't know yet exactly how much they raised, and I will share that next time. I don't have an update for the Bellevue Schools Foundation beyond what I gave last time. So with that, let me give this time to others.
Thanks, Seema. Francine, do you want to go next?
Sure. Just want to echo what Seema said about Jubilee Reach. They had a fabulous event that was remote, but the really well done throughout the week and culminating in a nice event online. And I think there were other members of the community I could see joining in on the chat. And so really applaud they were able to do that. It looks like they raised around $1 million that night. And so perhaps those totals will continue to rise. In terms of YouthLink, we have not had another meeting since our last one to report there, but I did get some reports from students. And so it is a nice avenue to get a broad sampling because we have students from all of the second high schools in the district and kind of what they're feeling. And they'll continue to share that out in comments that I make as we discuss various topics. And I think in general, the more that we can hear from our community about how the current situation is going will really help inform the decisions we make. So I really thank everyone who takes the time to reach out to the board and then know also that we are listening and reading messages in other areas and bringing that all in to inform the work that we do. Thanks.
Thanks, Francine. Carolyn, do you want to give any updates?
Yeah, I don't have as much this time. I know, I think PTSA, I just didn't get as much on it this last 2-week period, but they are running some online sessions to support parents during this time. And I haven't been able to attend those, so I don't have a little more detail on that. And but you know, it's a great initiative. And also, I attended the district equity training, the full day and the kickoff session. So and had some interesting discussions there. And that's pretty much what I have for the last 2 weeks.
Thank you. And then Erica.
Yeah. So I haven't been able to go to one of the East Side Pathways convenings recently. They are having an all-partner convening on December 9th. I think I saw that on the district website, actually, on that page that Dr. Duran was referencing. The remote learning as I think I mentioned this last time, has been putting out videos in Spanish, sort of summarizing or giving a digest of the information that the district has put out in the past week. And it's in collaboration with Lake Washington, so there's Lake Washington information as well. But so it's both district information as well as some community information. And I'm pretty sure that our family connection centers are distributing those to their families, but it might be more broadly beneficial if it can get sort of out there more widely. I'm not sure what the best avenue for that would be, but they're there, and Benjamin Roldan is the one who's producing these for our district, so I know that he has access to those. So.
Thank you very much, Erica. Before I give my update, Dr. Duran, do you have any updates on behalf of Family Connection Center or anything, not to catch you off guard, but anything that you want to add to what Erica was mentioning?
I said that we did work to expand some of our scheduling for our Family Connection Centers. I don't have specifics right in front of me. We can get that to you, but we did try to ensure that we have, somebody on site, just about every day. And, as part of the funding that we received from Amazon through Bellevue Life Springs, they did provide some additional funding for us to add some additional support staff for our FCC. So we are definitely providing more in-person services and providing more resources to our family. But I will get the specific details for you on the board update this week.
Thank you so much.
Can I add on to that for a moment and just ask, with that, if we could determine whether those staffing needs are sufficient, especially just in light of what seems to be increasing need within our community, and whether, although we suspended the visitor policy, whether there is an opportunity or a need to allow a few selected volunteers to undergo the training for risk mitigation and be able to help out, especially at our FCCs.
Yes, we can definitely include some of that, and I know that we've been receiving some additional funding not only from Bellevue Life Springs. The city of Bellevue gave us some of their CARES Act, and for that, so I can include that in the update. And then the Bacon Foundation is we're in conversations with them because they're willing to give some additional funding to expand some of the services that are there. So we'll try to get that to you in the board update, as well as make sure to give you an understanding around do we have enough supports.
Thanks. And it would be nice. I think we used to have a nice page on the website in the spring about how people could help out. And I think that page may be now buried. It's not as obvious, but I think especially in light of recent events, people that will be an area that it would be nice if it were more prominent about how people can contribute and help.
Yeah, we can do that, and in addition, we know we're going to need to have some additional resources, especially over the winter break during those time periods we're off. So we'll be working to try to ensure that we have that set up also. Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for that. That's very helpful, and I really appreciate the resurfacing of the "How can I help" page, because we've got a community full of helpers, and great to get them all connected with the places where we can help each other out. So that brings me to my set of comments, and I'll be brief. The Special Needs PTSA, I will meet with them one more time in November, but I don't have that scheduled yet, so I still haven't done that this month. And then the advocacy work, I'd like to share some information from the advocacy work that we've been doing. So on Thursday last week, Seema told you last time we met about the Washington State House Education Committee is having a set of listening sessions with different board directors. They're doing this 3 times, and we're making sure we have someone showing up each time to represent our needs. And this session was very productive, and we were able to make a lot of asks, and also to really reinforce the message that we've been reinforcing in multiple scenarios, that the paramount duty of our state is educating children, and we need to, as a state, manage COVID in a way that acknowledges that priority. And to date, what we've seen is that there are a lot of other things being prioritized first, and then thereby making it extremely difficult for schools to provide additional in-person services where we need to. And while that's not the only solution, it's one of them, and it's important that the state is managing things in a way that helps us to do that. And I think some of the latest changes that the governor has put into place, well, you notice that he is trying to manage exposures that have higher likelihood of causing transmission of the disease. And he is leaving schools to continue with the guidelines that they issued to us in the summer about being able to have some in-person services. And then on Friday, at our weekly meeting with the East King County, some other school board directors, we met with the health department and the county executive and the county legislators, and we got some information about schools and have found that both the modeling report that has come out and so forth are showing us that, and the data that we have so far, that the risk mitigations that we're able to put in place with the small groups that we have are generally effective in the school environment. So while in our own data bear this out, while we see that we have had cases, we are not having transmissions. So somebody may be infected, but so we're advocating to make sure that we have a supply line, a safe supply line for getting all the supplies we need to keep everyone protected, so that our staff are protected and safe, and that we have everything we need to keep our students and our staff and everybody safe. So that's one of the things that came up. We were also able to find out that it turns out that the study that recently came out in Washington shows that while you can do some decreasing of the COVID spread, community spread via school by doing proactive screening tests for COVID, that doesn't make a large appreciable difference, and that what really is making the difference is the set of core risk mitigations, the social distancing, masking, hand washing, and then also like limiting number of people in certain spaces and all the other pieces that we're putting in place. But those are the things that are making the differences in schools. So we continue to get updates from them, and we've asked them to be very clear about providing that data so that we know right away if they're learning that there are other limits or things that we need to put in place, because our best interest for educating our students is for keeping everyone safe to do so. So I just wanted to let folks know we're advocating for that, but we're also advocating for time and funding so that we can take care of our staff members who are not able to be working at the same positions they normally have at this time. We're also advocating for time for our teachers to be able to plan and to really enhance the remote education experience and make it as meaningful as it can possibly be. We are advocating away and on all fronts on this work, and I just wanted folks to know, and our ledge positions were very helpful. So many thanks to the staff who helped put those together, to our lobbyists, and to Seema for the work on that. So that is, I don't think we talk enough about the amount of lobbying we do to try to promote all of this work. So that's where we're at. Anything anyone wants to add to that advocacy wise?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the information that you just gave about, I guess it's was it King County Board of Health or whatever, saying that they're not really seeing the testing being very important or whatnot. Do they have like a website or a study or some research or
the study
something?
for that one, Carolyn, the study for that one was the one that was published about a week and a half ago. And,
Okay.
and I can make sure that it gets sent out to folks, and we can post a link up here too if anyone is curious about it. I'm trying to find it right now and I can't quickly find it. Oh, testing the waters. Is it time to go back to school? Diagnostic screening as a COVID-19 risk mitigation strategy for reopening schools in King County, Washington. And
Okay.
It's been offered by the Institute for Disease Modeling, Seattle, Washington, covid@idmod.org. But anyway, we'll get that posted, but that's the study that they cited. There are differences from it, but that they weren't as significant in affecting community spread, and also how important, and I don't know that this came from that study, but the health folks were saying, like, we suspect that the reason we're not seeing a lot of transmission is that people really are adhering to the risk mitigations, and it is so important that they do so.
Is that on a website that I could just grab it?
The study is, and it's on the covid.idmod.org site. So we'll get that sent. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll ask Jen to post it. I've put it in the chat for this meeting so that you can have access to it right now, but I'll ask Jen to post it so anyone else can too. Anyway, that's just one study, but I just wanted to point out that we do talk to them regularly, try to get the latest information, try to understand, and really try to advocate for schools and for our students and our stakeholders. So, any other questions or things to add to the comments section tonight? Okay, that then, sorry, I need to go back to the agenda here. I think that takes us to our discussion. Let's see. Yeah, that takes us to our discussion on annual and strategic plan progress. And I'm just going to preface this section, and then we're going to hopefully give something brand new a try. So, and we are, believe this or not, within less than 10 minutes of being over right now. So knock on wood, we're doing okay. The thing that we have talked about a lot is how do we have effective discussions that where the board actually gets to communicate with one another and with the superintendent instead of everybody asks one question and there's a presentation, and we talked about the importance of trying to make space for that in our meetings. So our superintendent, many members of his team, Francine and I have also all been kind of brainstorming and working and trying to find some ways to do that. And we think that one thing that will help is having a focusing question when we bring the reports forward. Another is the work that Eileen did to get us into themed reports instead of report by report by report, that it's about the strategic goal that we're trying to achieve. In this case, the family engagement goals. And that all the goals that go underneath that. And then finally, how do we figure out the discussion? And there are really, when it comes down to it, there are 3 types of discussions that we have at our board meetings when the board and the superintendent are talking. One of those is for the board to learn, just to get info. And that's what we tend to do a lot with these presentations. So here's a presentation, the board gets to learn a lot about what's going on and what's working and what's happening. The second is where the board discusses. How is that going? Is that what we expected? Is that what we were thinking? Is that what we meant by that? The direction we were setting? Is that, are we all on the same page? And then the third is when the board and the superintendent and team are collaborating to set some direction, and then we bring stakeholder input too. We've done a lot of direction setting. We've got our annual plan. We've got our progress monitoring. We've got our back to school progression. We have our equity and accountability commitments. And we have our strategic plan. So we've done a lot of that direction setting. So tonight, after extensive discussion with our superintendent, we decided that we'd focus on board discussing how things are going, really getting into that governance space of shared expectations, oversight, understanding together. So we have a focusing question to look at this theme around engagement. And the focusing question, well, it's questions. And then we have a protocol that we want to try out with your grace and agreement. So our questions, I'm just going to read them here, are what does successful family engagement and communications look like with respect to our annual and back to school plan outcomes? So what were the board directors expecting to see with those outcomes that we all agreed to focus on? And from what you've learned in the reports you've read, what stands out to you as a strong progress towards these outcomes? And what concerns and questions do these reports raise for you regarding progress towards these outcomes and or the ways that we are measuring that progress and adjusting our course? So what we'd like to do is run through a protocol and try to have a focused discussion where not every detail will come to light, but everyone's voice will come to light, and we will have time for the superintendent to clarify and help identify takeaways and so forth. So the 6 of us will all participate. Any questions or concerns before I introduce the protocol and we dive in?
Christine, can I add something? Yeah, I think this is just really appreciate this kind of leaning into this a little bit more. I think this kind of relates to some of the conversations we have around, again, just how do we have really deeper conversations around, specifically around some of the strategies. And so thinking about board governance and what that looks like from a balanced governance perspective, the board, has a informed oversight. And I think there's an attempt to try to do that in a way that really just allows our board directors to have, deeper conversations around the work that we're trying to do. And I think this is, I'm excited to kind of lean into this, and we use similar processes like this very often in the educational setting, and it really does create more space to be able to have deeper and richer conversations among each other, as well as really learning and opportunities to share ideas for improvement of what we're trying to accomplish.
All right, thank you so much. Any other board directors want to chime in? All right. So I'm going to take that as you are all game to give this a go. So here's the protocol. It's going to sound crazy and it might sound a little frustrating, but it really does. This type of protocol does a good job of making sure everyone's voice has a space. So first, I'm just going to go through this little protocol, which you can look up in the board docs, but I'll be facilitating so you don't have to look it up. First, I'm going to go through the protocol, then Ivan's going to go ahead and summarize the most salient points from the progress monitoring. He'll just do that in 3 to 5 minutes. It's not a big presentation or anything. Then we're going to remind you of this question or these 2 questions that we put in front of you. Then we're going to check really quick. Is there any missing information from the reports that's going to keep anyone from participating? Presumably you've already sent that to the superintendent because you reviewed everything ahead of time. So if you had missing information, hopefully you've already asked for it, but in case you didn't, now's the time. Then we'll really quickly say, is there anything you need to clarify that you don't understand? And if without understanding it, you can't have the conversation. We get like 1 to 3 minutes to do that. And then we dive in. We put the focus questions out there, and then one board director answers the question. You get 2 to 3 minutes to comment on any and all aspects that you want to comment on. Then each other board director gets 1 minute to comment or ask you questions about that one thing. And then the superintendent can ask you clarifying questions for a minute. We do that for every board director. Then the superintendent summarizes everything, his takeaways, etc. Maybe some of the relevant information that he wants to add. The board president identifies and confirms any formal board direction, and we close out. That's it. So that brings us to the superintendent summarizing the most salient points of the progress on the family engagement and communications.
Okay, great. I'll jump into this and just ask for your patience as we go through this process. We learn together in this. So I will say that kind of what I did is it kind of like pulled you. That's some of the points that really jumped out the most to me. Spent some time obviously talking to our staff who are primarily responsible for some of these main bodies of work, who have the accountability and responsibility for it. So I would say just even going back to, and again, this is encapsulating both our communication, family engagement, and then how are we measuring, the information that we are sending back to our families. But I think even as just as a starting point is just that, we go back to the springtime, I think one of the things that we learned from the surveys that we were doing is that our families tend to be more engaged at the school level. And that survey, indicated the families felt more informed by their school leaders and educators in their building. It also allows schools to really customize their communication engagement based on their community. So I know that that is something that is still very important in the work that we're trying to do, because I do think that that piece around being able to differentiate at different school levels is really important. We want to still continue to build upon that. I think we have learned that the larger district communications captures families who read email, follow our website, or use social media on a regular basis, and we know that this serves some of our families, but we also know it does not serve all of them. And part of what we have completed so far has really been about learning more about how to be more effective with how we reach more of our constituents who may not be using some of the tools that we think they may be using. So we definitely have learned some of that during this this first part of the school year. Our current data really appears to be mostly positive, although it's a small sample that we utilize for some of the surveys, but we know we still need to be working to support all of our families. And our interim measure in the family survey, which asks a series of questions that help us understand the extent to which families are feeling informed and supported throughout the year, is really just kind of that checkpoint for us that ties into our over, larger survey that we're going to be doing later on in the year. But we wanted to definitely have, multiple ways of being able to check that work along the way. And I think that along those lines for this interim measure, rather than invite or expect participation from our approximately 20,000 students and families, we selected and invited a random but representative sample of 550 BSD parents to participate in this survey. And in total, 205 of the 550 individuals completed this survey for 37% response rate. So even though we know that's a lower response rate, again, I think we have to look at that as a means for us to think about what can we do to gather more feedback from our constituents and really think about who responded, who didn't respond to it. Overall, 74% of our elementary families report feeling informed by their students' teachers regarding the student academic progress. We're currently on track to exceed our annual plan goal of 70% feeling involved. However, when we look at our secondary families, 36% of our secondary families report feeling fully informed, and 43% report that they feel like they have some information, but they need more. That was also true for middle school families, feeling less informed than even high school families. So I do think that at the secondary level, we have some additional work to do in that space. And among our 5 largest subgroups, elementary and secondary families with students who receive special education services, they reported feeling the least informed. So I think that was one that really kind of jumped out for us, and obviously is something that we're going to be thinking about what we can do to first reach out to the stakeholder group to find out the different means of how we are reaching out to them, and has it been effective, what hasn't been effective, and think about what we can do to better improve that so that we can better support them from that. I think another piece that on there, just to remind everybody, we have the Let's Talk app feature, which is on our website. And so at any given time, you can basically go onto our website and choose a particular, thing that you want to address. You can choose a particular topic that you want, and, that message then gets to somebody who's responsible in that area. And, we have put together a really robust process to ensure that whoever gets that message, has the information and responds to it, responds to that topic, as quickly as possible. And so, our community members can go in and ask questions about fall planning, different services, our departments, or, specific things that maybe our staff may want to have, questions or answers to. So it's a really easy way to gather feedback from our constituents. And, the Let's Talk data right now is indicating that we're meeting the mark with specific inquiries, and overall satisfaction responses that people are receiving, seems to be really positive. But we also feel like we still need to be, doing some work along those lines to make sure we're getting back to people in a timely manner. And so we are looking at that data on a weekly basis. And then the last thing I think I will share that I think is very important is that, again, as I started from the beginning, I think what we've learned at this point is that there are multiple approaches to how our family members and guardians are receiving information. So we've learned from this first part of our screenings that we've done, you know, whether it's sending a postcard, whether it's texting or doing a robocall, we're finding that some groups, you know, have different ways that they want to have some of the information come to them. So we want to definitely build upon that. And again, seeking feedback from our key stakeholders and the specific groups is so important, because then we can build upon what we're trying to do to ensure that we're reaching each and every one of our families. That's my salient points from these 3 reports.
Awesome. That was a helpful summary, and it was 5.5 minutes. So we're close to our protocol. We're doing pretty well here. I'm not the time is the most important thing, but it does matter. So I'm going to go ahead and go through the questions one more time. Well, that will give hopefully our board directors some more time to just think about what they might want to bring to the conversation tonight. So what does successful family engagement and communications look like with respect to our annual and back to school plan outcomes? From what you've learned in the reports, what stands out to you as strong progress toward these outcomes? And what concerns and questions do these reports raise for you regarding progress towards these outcomes, and/or the ways we are measuring the progress and adjusting our course? So those are the questions. I'm going to give just like 20 seconds of think time.
Do we have a slide with those?
The questions are in the agenda, so Mike could put that up if we want. We could put that up. Mike, do you want to put the agenda item up on screen? That's a good point, Carolyn. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll give him just a second to do that and see what we can do. Oh, and Jen says we do have a slide for it, so hang on just a sec. All right, there we go. So normally in a protocol like this, as a facilitator, I would go last, and that's what I'm planning to do. But if no one on board feels, since we haven't run through this together and we didn't develop it together, we're just trying it. If no one's ready, I'm happy to be the first one to go if no one feels prepared. So don't feel pressured. But if someone's ready, I'd love to have one of our board directors kick us off with their first comments and answer.
Can I ask 2 very technical operational questions quickly first?
Oh, I totally skipped that part of it. I'm so sorry. Yes, you can. First, let me go back to the protocol real quick. Is there any information missing that folks are worried about? And then we'll go to the clarifying questions. Is there any information missing from the reports that's going to keep you from participating in these discussions tonight? Okay, then it sounds like we're up to clarifying questions, which I totally forgot. So clarifying questions. Erica, why don't you kick us off?
Sure, I have 2. One regarding the survey that was sent to families and about, approximately 50% responded. Is it just one email, or are there like kind of a couple reminders that come through? And then the second question is regarding the let's talk response time. Is that response time until the question is resolved, like altogether, which could probably involve like multiple back and forth emails, or is it just like how long it took someone to get to it?
So I can answer. Want me to answer it? Yeah, I can answer the second one, and I'll have Naomi answer the first one because I know she can do that one. So on the Let's Talk, it's on our response time. So one of the things that we're really measuring is how quickly we can get back information to the people that send in the information. So that's what we're really trying to track. And then again, on a weekly basis, we're looking at the data, and we can see like if a department or an area didn't respond to a question in the time that we want, and then we get that closed out in a really quick process. So no longer than 1 week's lag will there be in terms of getting the response back, but we work to get it much sooner. Naomi, want to answer that first question?
Yes, thank you. I'm Naomi Calvo, Director of Research Evaluation and Assessment. The survey window was very short, so we sent out the survey and then we sent one reminder email. We got a 37% response rate, which was not as high as we hoped, but is actually the best response rate from a family survey that I can remember by quite a lot. So we're exploring different ways of sending out surveys to get back better rates. For instance, do parents respond more frequently if they get it through school messenger than from the personal email account of a staff member, and other things like that. So I'm optimistic that we're heading in the right direction in terms of the response rates.
Thank you. Erica, any more clarifying questions?
That was it for now, thanks.
I'm so glad you remembered to ask. All right. Carolyn, Seema, Francine, any clarifying questions you want to raise about the reports or the protocol? All right, it sounds like we're ready to dive in. So I'm gonna give 10 seconds for someone to volunteer. If somebody's really not comfortable starting, I will start us off, but as a facilitator, I would much prefer to let everyone kind of get in there first. So anyone ready to start?
I'm happy with you starting, Christine, personally, because I don't have something to start with.
All right, let's see if anyone else is ready to start.
I mean, I'll go, sure.
Okay, let's do it. Let's try it. All right, so you have 2 to 3 minutes to bring up anything you want on the questions. If Mike can throw those back up there for us. And then we will just, then we'll all take a minute to ask you any questions or comment on what you have to say.
Okay, so, you know, my clarifying questions kind of were organized around this, but as far as successful engagement and how it relates to educating each and every student, which we know we're struggling with for our special needs students, especially in this time, I'm a little concerned about the data that came through on the Let's Talk analysis in the report with the long response time there. That's why I asked the question, because I could imagine that, you know, a question around special needs and like organization around a child's IEP or learning program plan or whatever could take a long time to resolve. But if that's sort of the initial response by the department, I think it was 11 days. I don't have it up in front of me anymore, but that's really not, I mean, you can see why people are really emailing us about that there's problems. I see that in the chat, Heather has said she'll speak to that. So let me just sort of like kind of wrap it up. So I'd like to hear a little discussion about that.
Don't wrap it up. We're gonna talk. We're gonna follow our protocol. We're not doing questions to staff tonight, so keep going.
So I'd like to have a little discussion about how we can better serve those families and those students, and sort of get answers to people quicker, and be more sort of engaged with families or more partnered with families. And I know that the district is doing that, but that's the data that I saw in this report doesn't necessarily reflect that. So I hope that this is going the right direction. I'm not sure I'm doing this right, but it's the first time we're trying it, so I'm just going to go with it.
There is no right. The right is to bring up the things that you want to bring up, and then instead of doing a Q&A back and forth to staff, we're going to discuss these pieces as board. So if board has reactions or thoughts or questions to the thing that you brought up, then we'll all have a chance to do that, and then the superintendent will have a chance to ask you clarifying questions, and at the very end, if there's time, then he can also share some information. But we're not going to debate and solve organizational issues in this meeting. We're going to talk about board impressions and so forth. So you're doing exactly the right thing. And Ivan, are we on the right track for what your expectations were too? All right, great. So we're good. So that means we're going to ask board members to comment. So if somebody would like to be the first person to comment, they should just start. Otherwise, I may comment and then start calling on people.
Can I just ask, how is this different from just saying, can we have a discussion on this topic? Because I will just confess, there's so many rules on here that I found it dizzying to keep track of when we're each allowed to talk and how many minutes, and like the whole protocol thing is more dizzying than the actual idea of how about if we discuss what family engagement looks like, we might have a more organic conversation. But right now I'm not really sure I'm getting the rules on how we're supposed to have a relaxed conversation. So that's why I'm waiting for you to show me.
I would like to second that, because I found that while Erica was talking, I was spending so much time figuring out how the pre-existing questions I had before going into this, did I miss saying, was that really supposed to be one I should have already asked because it was a clarifying one? And how does it fit into these two questions that are up on the screen? I think I totally missed what Erica was trying to say because I was too busy trying to sort everything under the protocols.
Okay, so I think when we try protocols like this, it can be frustrating and feel a little stifling. But one of the things that it does do is it makes sure that it doesn't just give the impression that everybody got voice. It actually makes sure that everybody got voice on each idea that was raised. Not if they happen to chime into the discussion or whatever. We're making sure that all voices, all 6 voices, are surfaced. So I'd like to keep going and see how we do with this. And yes, Seema, we are having kind of a discussion on these pieces, but by having it this way, everybody gets to choose for their time when they present what their priorities are. So it doesn't get the loudest or the first person doesn't define where that conversation gets to go. So that's the goal here, is to make sure that everybody's priorities get surfaced. So Erica has raised a bunch of questions and concerns about the communication and response time to families with special needs. And so I think if others have comments in that same area, now is the time to bring those up in your time. I'm going to go ahead and model, and I'm going to start us off and take my minute, and then we'll call on everyone else. If this doesn't get us where we need to go, we'll make some adjustments and we'll go deeper. But let's just give this a go. So Erica, I also noticed the piece about special needs, but I actually found it to be in some ways a celebration of the report, because what I found was that we had multiple converging pieces of data, and now that we're paying attention to them, it was clear to me that our communications with families who have children with disabilities is not sufficient, right? It's not at the place we want it to be. And I think this kind of holds us accountable, and the fact that we're going to check on this again made me feel encouraged that we wouldn't take our eye off the prize on this one. So I was glad to see it. The thing I wondered about was, I know that the Director of Special Needs, Kristen Callisto Wong, had implemented more robust communications, and my wondering was, did she start implementing those robust communications before or after this data was collected? Is that actually something that may be helping or not helping? So that's what I have to say. Anyone want to go next on sharing their thoughts and reactions? In the end, Ivan will get a chance to go as well. So other board directors?
So I'll just echo that. I agree that it's certainly something that stood out on that slide with the scores. I will say that I do wonder also for families in other areas, are they using the same tool to advocate for their students, or are we just missing that entirely? So is this kind of serve as a bellwether? Like this is true for many families. It's just that they're not writing in because they have a specific thing that they're writing in about and an avenue, or is it limited to there? So my concern is that it's actually much more widespread, but that people aren't used to having a process and a way and knowing to advocate for their students.
Thanks, Francine. Carolyn or Seema, do you want to add your thoughts on this topic?
Well, this kind of ties into the concern that I was going to have when it was my turn to have a concern, which is a lot of the presentation it talks about sort of technical methods, or like are we going to email? Are we going to use Let's Talk? Are we sending a postcard? And I'm also concerned about the content of the communication, meaning is it worded or composed or whatever it would be in such a way that the message that we think we're sending is actually getting across. And then for that, I was looking at, I guess, slide 14 at some point, but I wrote that in my notes. But on the next steps, I'm wondering, these messages as they go out, do we have a parent look at them for sort of unintended messaging, like the way it sounds isn't exactly the way the person writing it intended it to be? And then also, do we follow up, or could we follow up with people in the community, not when they write in, I don't understand, or I didn't understand this, or you asked me on a survey and I say I don't feel like I understood, you know, these different categories of things I could have known about, but maybe sort of like a proactive sort of spot testing the message with like 1 or 2 volunteer parents at each school that's receiving the messages to see like important things, like, did they get that? Did they understand what's going on with Wednesdays now, you know, based on an email they received? It seems to me that people get the material things more easily, like where do I go get a lunch, or how do I get a computer, but they don't seem to be understanding at all how, or well, some are understanding how do I get support for my kid. So could we like try to send that message and then try to really evaluate whether it's being received, not just whether the email reached them, but whether they were able to understand what we meant.
Thanks, Carolyn. So you're suggesting that that you have questions about whether or not we're doing an effective job with the content of communications, and it's unclear if the measures that we're making are helping us see that, and you have some ideas for ways that we could do a better feedback loop on that. And you're just asking, could we follow
but they don't
up? Right?
You know, okay. As usual, they don't have to be those specific suggestions, but we need to know if people are interpreting the content as it's intended.
Great. All right. And then Seema, any additional thoughts on this topic area? And then we're going to have Ivan chime in.
I don't have a whole lot more than what Carolyn described. I think my thought is that having predictability for, you know, maybe relevant updates to a community come out on, you know, this date, like there's a regular cadence, can be helpful rather than trying to catch as catch can when things get shared by the district. So if I am the parent of a special needs student and I know that there's a, you know, I don't know, I'm going to make this up, every Thursday at 5 o'clock, there's an update, and these are the things to know, and these are some of the inquiries we've gotten. And then let's say if parent 1 has, you know, raises and emails one of the staff members 12 different questions, and somebody takes the time to answer them, that may be a question that maybe 6 other parents have too. And now we can be smarter and front load those into a communication that could have an FAQ that say these are some questions that were answered and these were some answers we gave this past week. But if I know then that's coming, I know to go look there. I think either some regular predictable cadence or some other way seems like a good way to kind of maybe add to the quality and timeliness of our communications. But I think some of the other things that were expressed, I thought were also very useful.
Thanks, Seema. And Ivan, do you want to ask clarifying questions or provide any thoughts at this point on this topic?
Yeah, definitely I can. I do have one clarified question, but I think I'll hit the Let's Talk one first in particular, I think that's a really important one. And so I think the thing about the Let's Talk and what you saw, Erica, specifically around the special education data is that one of the issues, well, it's not an issue, but one of the challenges is that we rarely solve the problem via the Let's Talk portal. But when we receive those messages that are especially for special students who receive special education services, most often they are asking about specific questions or information that they want for their individual child. So we forward that message to the relevant individual director and special ed that would respond to them. In the beginning, what was happening was that we weren't coming back and then closing that loop on the Let's Talk end. That's why you see those number of days that were really spread out across the time. We now have a process in place to make sure that both the information is being responded to and the family is getting the information they need for their specific student, and we're closing out on the portal into that. So that's a really critical piece that we've been able to address. My clarifying question, Francine, can you clarify a little bit more when you talked about we're using this to serve as a bellwether for other processes? Can you just expand on that a little bit more? I may have missed a little bit of what you were saying, so I just want to make sure I captured that right. And what other processes, might we have in place? The only one I was wondering about.
Just that, it certainly stood out on that particular chart, but I think what it made me think as well was that perhaps that it's not just families with students receiving special education services potentially, right? They may be writing in because of something specific and they have IEPs that need to be followed, and so they know that advocacy route. We have many families who do not have that as already part of something that they're doing with their student and not know to write in. And so we really can't just assume then that everyone else is doing all right. How in some ways that population could be representative of the frustrations that many families are having. They're just not writing in. So that was the point, which is that I think there's more, digging we need to do, because there isn't necessarily categories for other students.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, because I would say that one of the things that from the Let's Talk data, when we look at that again, that's something that we're looking at executive team on a weekly basis. It does help us kind of look to see like if there are any areas that are like coming with more, requests or more information requested. So then that allows us to put a little bit more focus on that. So thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. I would say the other one, I think a couple of pieces is that we do not have right now, like a parent that looks at our messages before and anything like that. And I know I've talked with PTSA about doing something like that, and it could be something down the road, but we haven't made a commitment to anything like that to do some of that proactive spot testing of a message. But I do know that one of the things that we do have in place now, and again, something that we've added into our system, is that we have a weekly communication log. We actually have a entire communication plan that's been laid out. It was one of the things that expectations that I had from my team while I was out on leave. And so at some point I'll be able to share that with the board at a much deeper level, but we definitely have laid out our overall communication plan that spans months and not just days. And so on a weekly basis, we look at the messages that are going to be going out for this week, including, information sessions like the town hall, so we all know. And SEMA, we will be having one day that is specific for when messages will be coming out from the district, so we can get on that cadence. We had started doing that even last spring and earlier in the year, and we're trying to get back on that cadence again.
All right, thank you. So, all right, we're giving this a try. We're not following protocol exactly, but I think we're getting into the important spaces of this conversation. So, another board director want to give their impressions and thoughts from the report and that answer these questions. And Carolyn, if they don't exactly answer the questions, but there's something that you thought was really important to raise about the outcomes and the progress towards them, then you should be raising it here. This is the right place. Anyone want to jump in? All right. If we're hesitant, I'm going to go ahead and give my feedback. Unless, Francine, you were coming back on camera. Did you want to go?
Sure, I can. All right, so what does successful family engagement and communications look like with respect to our annual and back to school plan outcomes? So I think a lot of the discussion just over time in other arenas, and here we're talking about having family engagement and communications really be supporting students' learning, right? So we do talk about that in the plan. I think it says to contribute to student success. But so in their success in their learning, and then I think always also in their social emotional well-being as well. And so looking at the reports, what stands out is that there appears to be numerical progress akin to the goals that have been set. So whether it's 70% or the different numbers there. I think what was raised through some of Erica's questions about, do we know that these numbers are really indicative? Because it was a small sample, a few people responded. It's not surprising that 100% of the people said they liked using emails communication, since that's the way they were contacted to fill out the survey, right? So, how robust is that? But even if we put that aside, I think we do need to dig deeper into what it means to be, informed, for example. So when families say they are involved or they understand what their students are doing in class, how much do they want to be involved? Maybe they're not involved because they feel like, my kid's a senior and by this time they should know what's going on, or where is the balance? So it seems like we need to understand when someone answers that question, what they feel is an appropriate level of involvement, and so that when they say they are or they are not, we can gauge that. So that is either additional questions, which I know is tough in a survey, or as we develop kind of a community understanding of what it means to be involved at different levels, then we can say that yes, we are or are not meeting kind of those expectations. So I saw that. I wanted to note that in reading some of the comments that were in there, there were some comments about workloads. And I think as we talk more about remote instruction and really the role that families play in supporting their students in remote instruction, what does it mean? And how do we know that the amount of work provided or expected to be done in asynchronous time is actually reasonable, and that students have the supports, the tools, the wherewithal to be successful in completing that work? Are they overwhelmed? Does that work actually support their learning? Is it really furthering their understanding, or does it just fill the time? And again, families can help provide some of that information and perspective, but those aren't the questions that we're asking. And then I would say finally, when we talk about communication and people, I think some of the lowest results were in terms of whether families knew how to access the needs for their students around learning and mental health supports. I mean, that's really concerning. We certainly, I think, need to do more work in that area. But one of the areas that we have an opportunity for is we're at the quarter mark. And so although we didn't issue official progress reports because we wanted to do no harm to students who might have to report that out. For example, if they're in their post-secondary plans and their applications, and not all the data was there, and so they would not be able to show really truly what they had learned and their progress. But shouldn't be at the expense of making sure that all of our families know how to access the information, what it means, what the district's philosophy is around towards mastery-based learning this year, and so how students can families can check what their progress is in the synergy, and then understand that if that's not to their expectations of how they feel that their students learning, what are the steps to do that? So I think there's a lot of communication that could happen around that, and what I saw in the reports indicated that that was probably among our weaker areas. And so the opportunity, right, the progress would be that we could issue communication around that. It's very timely and I think really important.
Thank you, Francine. All right, now that was 5 minutes of content, so it'll be a little harder, I think, for board members to keep all of it present in their mind. So hopefully folks had something that stood out and resonated to them, and we can comment on that. And if for some reason we need to come back, I know that one of your topics I'm going to bring up anyway, so that'll be fine. But if there are other topics we need to come back to, we'll find a time. We're not trying to cut people off. So who would like to jump in and react to that, the comments that Francine put forth?
Well, I think that sometimes it's helpful maybe to, I'm always wanting to go back to a concrete example. So she was talking about a little bit about the quarter reports, the quarter grades and things like that. And I think what I wanted to sort of add on in discussion to that was we had a message that went out that I think sounded reasonable to us. Like, we read through it, it sounded reasonable to us. But boy, did it get interpreted in multiple ways, multiple unexpected ways, to where, people are posting things on Facebook that are not very complimentary to the district. So they thought we were just too lax, too confused, too unorganized, too whatever to come up with quarterly grades. And I don't think that was our intent at all to communicate that. It was more around this issue with what was going to happen to the seniors with the grading policies, shift in grading, and and so we didn't want to send out quarterly grade reports to colleges that would not be reflective of a student's true learning. But anyway, so that was a concrete example I thought we could use to kind of think about this.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Just kind of know how that was going to be received.
So does that, are you bringing it up to go back as an example to also your example earlier about quality of communication?
Interrelated, right?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Great. So then anyone else want to add on to that, or talk about something else that Francine raised? Erica, I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you have anything. Do you want to affirm or ask about anything that Francine put up there?
I don't have any specific comments that come immediately to mind. Sort of reflections similar to Carolyn are along the lines of the quarterly issue, which people were both very happy about. Thank you for taking the pressure off, and also you did this so late, you could have told us earlier and saved me the time. But yeah, I don't really have much else to say.
Great, thanks. Seema, anything you want to add?
I don't have anything, I don't know, revelatory to share. I think the only thing that I will just point out seems to be a challenge is we hear always from people who are often motivated to come and tell us that they think we did terribly, or they think we did very well. And what I'm pointing to is we often hear from the extremes, but people don't often communicate with us to say, well, that was a pretty good communication, because that's not typically what you do unless you're part of the social media group and you have nothing else to do. I mean, not everybody thinks in terms of thumbs up, neutral, etc. So not everybody is going to give us I would say a continuous stream, what, Naomi would probably say a good data set from which you can infer something about, the question before you. And so I think part of what we need to consider, even if we look at the example of the quarter grades, which just for those who are listening, I don't think was just about seniors, but certainly that was a very good showing of how quarter grades could actually do harm, which is one of our goals, is not to do harm to our students, but it was just a mix of things that all pointed towards that being the right thing to do. So I agree with using something as an example, possibly to work through. But what I just want to point out is we should be careful when we decide whether or not our communications or anything is working to say we did very well, we did very poorly, because we got maybe 40 emails out of a school district that's serving 20,000 students. and believe that that's a good gauge of how we're doing. So it doesn't mean we can every time do a comprehensive survey. What did you think of our last communication? But I just want to point that out because that's where we will over-index some voices, and we may compensate, like by driving, I don't know, just navigating a boat. You overestimate how far off you are, and then you actually throw yourself way off course. So I just want to inject that. I don't have anything revelatory, but only to say that's where a focus group could help with communications. If you got a representative focus group and you continue to sort of keep them fresh and move them along, you would at least maybe get a sense, not from the people who are writing the communication, who believe it's crystal clear when they're writing it, but that happens when you're the author. You think you're really clear. You need to, fly it by some people who don't know what's in your head, and then they'll tell you how this can come across. So I wonder if that kind of front-loaded investment in the focus group could be better for gauging our communications than only looking after the fact, because then we might hit it right the first time. And this may be something I know Carolyn has spoken about before, but I flag that.
So I think that's a great point, and I think Carolyn's brought up some great points. I'm going to keep our protocol moving to make sure that all voices get heard. And so I'm going to.
Yeah.
Do you have something that you don't think will come up unless you bring it up right now?
It's not my turn, but I just wanted to say maybe the point should be taken that, I did hear an awful lot from some people who contacted me or, that about the Wednesdays and, we needed more notice because people made appointments. They didn't know it was going to be synchronous and all this. So then I spoke to another parent who is not the kind of person who ever contacts us. And she's like, yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. I just let my junior, he just deals with that. It's not my concern. So that means that, what I'm saying is that there may be people who aren't having these issues that we just don't hear from.
All right, so I'm going to keep us moving. Thank you, Carolyn. And I think this topic must have hit all of us in a deeper way because we're taking a little more time to go through it. But that's okay. So I'm going to chime in for my 10 cents here. And I would just say that I think Seema is right, that we have to be careful not to over-index feedback, but also not to ignore it because our job is to serve each and every student. But I think that what all this brings up for me is that it is important that we have these tools like Let's Talk, because that does start to give us a way of being more systematic about it. I'm actually interested to see more about how the feedback loops that are being put in place and are going to be leveraged, because I do think that parental feedback, if we haven't nailed the communication with the community yet, so we may as well make sure that we're following up with finding a way to get some positive feedback to help make those communications higher quality. So I am hoping that not just reactive focus groups would be helpful, but if there are proactive ways that we are seeking to make sure that we're reaching all folks, and specifically tending to the things like maybe email isn't best. I think there was some data that said something about texting was better for one subgroup of families, was a better thing, and it probably is better for another subgroup of families too. So like finding ways to make sure we're investing in all the right communications and that we're not optimizing one form of communications, because we will not be perfect for one. It's the whole system that matters. So that's my thoughts. Ivan, I think it's your turn.
All right, it was a big section there, so I'll do my best here. So I think a few things. I think I'll just start with it. And if I have clarifying questions, I think I have one right now. But I do think that I think the one thing I think Quentin you brought up around, do these numbers, are they really indicative of where we are and stuff? And I don't really know the answer to that. I can't answer that concretely, but I can say that I think when I looked at the reports and what we learned in this surveys, I think, as I said from the very beginning, I think what it really allowed us to do is to start to get a better sense around how some of our different groups receive information, because I think that's a real important part for us, because I do think that couples with what Seema raised in terms of the different extremes that we deal with when we get 40 emails from a group around a particular topic and 2 from another one that's an opposing, we can easily cater or change our messaging based on that. But I do think we have to continually be thinking about how we are sending out a broad message, but also getting the message to our constituents, especially by groups, in the best way that they see that coming to them. So I do think we learned a lot about that piece. And I think the other part, the whole part around just how families are accessing information, because I do think that the part that Francine brought up also around just the grades and quarter mark, I mean, I think that's one for us to kind of consider, because I know we sent out one message around, why we're not doing grades, but it could be an opportunity for us to think about what we could further message, because I do think that any time that we can message some of our strategy and think in some of the work that we're doing and tie this back even to the annual plan goal around grading could always be a benefit for us. But I know that, that message, hit different groups in different ways. I think the other part that came for me along that is just thinking about, could we be more effective in messaging to our families and may not utilize like Synergy to go and do the progress monitoring and do their check on where students are right now, and is there an opportunity for us to be able to build upon that message in a much better way? And I think the last part is important, because I do think along with Let's Talk, which is a means for individuals to be able to send questions to whether it's a staff member or community member around departments or individual needs or issues that are popping up. The other part that we have that is a reminder is just on our communication when we're sending messages out, we're also asking people if that information was informative. And that's one where we're not getting the level of response that we'd want to have, but I don't have that data right in front of me, but that is another way for us to kind of understand, is the information we're sending out hitting the mark for individuals? But with the small amount of people that are responding to that and saying it works or not, it's hard for us to be able to break that down and disaggregate that. So I think the opportunity to think about how we can further engage some of our groups to have conversations with them around other ways just to communicate with them, and how we could do more conversations with them could be really helpful. So we haven't talked about having like an advisory group or something along those lines, but I think we're going to learn a lot from the audit that we're doing right now around communications, and this will be one area that I'll be kind of poking in a little bit more to find out, best practices that we can learn from other districts that maybe have done some of that, to ensure that we get a really representative group that's giving us feedback and not just a group that's, tends to utilize the resources that we use on a regular basis.
Thanks, Ivan. Thank you. All right, so that takes us now. Would Seema or Carolyn like to jump in? We do want to be mindful of time. We are definitely expanding into the space, and we want to make sure that everyone does get to put their ideas forward first. So before we end our time together. So Carolyn or Seema, are you ready to give your feedback on this yet?
I'm going to pass. I'll give my time to Carolyn. I'm still struggling with the format, and I'll just offer my thoughts. I think if we allot as much time as we have, but we open things up just to a free form conversation that is respectful and not rushed, I think we'll be able to achieve the same goal. So that's my 2 cents, but I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Okay,
Great.
Carolyn.
I thought I'd had my turns.
But well, you responded, right? But you didn't do your own.
But I'll just throw 2 more things out there then. Does slide 10, that talks, people say whether they prefer email, they prefer text, they prefer whatever. I was wondering if I actually am wondering, I don't know the answer. Is that a reflection of the current reality? Meaning like maybe the emails are the ones that make the most sense to people, so therefore 100% of people say emails are the best. But maybe if like one of those other forms, like texting, got more comprehensive or something. That's just a wondering. I suppose it's neither here nor there. But since we're focusing so much on the type of technology to use to reach people, I guess I'm just concerned that don't take that as absolute truth, even though it's a nice bar chart. It may just be people are more familiar with comprehensive messaging coming out one way or another. And the other thing is this overarching question of what does successful family engagement and communications look like with respect to our annual and back to school plan outcomes? And I keep going back to the basics of, if we had successful family engagement and communications, we would have kids with that sense of belonging. I mean, that would be the hope, but we're getting closer to it, because they would feel like they were really part of something that provided a community for them. And the families would know how to support the kids. I mean, I think those are goals in our annual plan and back to school plan outcomes. And so that's how I would answer that question.
Thank you, Carolyn. Can you, just for my benefit, I feel like I missed the last statement, that what were for the kids and families, that was the main idea there?
The kids would feel like they really were part of something, you know, that they could take pride in them. I'm part of this community. I'm I don't know, a Bennett Bulldog or something, you know. So they'd have something to feel a part of, and the families would really know how to support their kids. You know, if there was an academic problem, this is who I call. If there's a emotional problem, here's who I email, or so.
Great,
maybe,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether that overarching question was just kind of basic for our discussion. I shouldn't have tried to answer it. We already knew the answers.
Well, no, I think that's part of the deal, is that we don't all know the answers. We have certain answers that we've come up with, but then how we all see it playing out ends up being a little different. And so every time we have a deeper conversation about it, we get closer to that shared understanding. So yeah, so let's have folks react. Anything you want to add to the points that Carolyn brought up? I'm just going to call on folks and keep us moving. Francine?
So yeah, so I thought it made me think of two things, Carolyn. So certainly there are potentially different strategies to meet students and families' needs right now because of the primarily remote environment. And so we do need to be thinking how we're doing things differently than before. And then it might be different again later, but we do need to meet those needs right now. So you know, keeping that in mind, I think is really important. And it might seem like, oh, it's just a lot of work each time, but it's important, and it's the work we need to do now to support kids, and that ties into and kind of into mental health, right? So when you talk about sense of belonging and connectedness, and I think about kids' mental health, and I think that's really important, like, again, right now, and that's among the lowest numbers, and it is different than usual, and we really need to be working to address that. So those are just some of the things that popped up, and I think the district has a real role in guiding that, and not just in sending out resources and saying you can sign up for this, or here's something else, but even more concrete guidance. So like when secondary, you know, families are maybe trying to let their students be more, you know, advocates for themselves, and we even say, you know, teachers want to hear from the students, not necessarily from the parents. But I'm hearing from families that, you know, the kids aren't getting out of bed. They're just, you know, getting their computers and doing the work in the bed, and it's comfy. But, you know, the physician part of me, there's these red flags that go off, because it is concerning, potentially as a reflection of mental health. So at what point now, maybe we offer that guidance to families, or make it okay, educators know that parents might reach out, because something that their students normally would do, maybe ask the question after class, or get there a minute early, or stay for tutorial or something. It's different now. We have asynchronous time, and yet it is different, and families can see potential kind of warning signs, and maybe don't really feel they know how to help, because the regular rules, the normal way of doing things, is not the way things are now. And so we need to be making those adjustments. So those are just things that came to mind.
Thanks, Francine. Erica, anything you want to add?
Yeah, it just makes me reflect on the importance of community and you know, the way the schools are such a center of community. I know a lot of the schools are trying to organize events, organize outreach, organize, you know, trivia nights or whatever to kind of, you know, try to bring families in, bring families together, even if it is still virtual. But obviously nothing can really replace a physical school community. Yeah, that's about all I have to say about it. Take my minute.
Thank you. And Seema, anything you want to chime in with on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to flag, I mean, I agree with Francine's call out. I think, I'm not quite sure where to put it because this conversation, I mean, I'm not sure which place I'm supposed to plug it in, but all I want to say is I do think we have to have a more sort of, I guess, direct path for a parent to be able to express. Like, we have to figure out, how do you express that your child, you know, you see a constellation of symptoms or markers, you're not sure if this is kind of normal because everybody's experiencing this and everybody seems to be in a funk for COVID, or whether this is a, you know, something that is an alarm bell and it's a mental health alarm bell, whether that's both academic and you know, a real concern about something for which you need an active intervention. I'm concerned that we're putting already so much pressure on parents that they are so focused maybe on the academic needs of their kids that we're also asking them, essentially, because we can't see their kids and their kids may not, the kids who may need the greatest intervention may be the kids with the cameras off who nobody can actually literally see. So how do we tell parents what set of facts, what observations are ones that require, you know, very urgent action, which ones don't? I guess I'm just underscoring what I heard from Francine's comment and trying to think about, but I don't have a solution for what we can do to make sure parents know readily exactly what action to take without feeling that they're, you know, everybody's always worried about overreacting, maybe, without thinking that this is an overreaction, that we know this is welcome and these are the places to go and these we want you, we'd rather have you over communicate than under. So I guess I'm stating a problem more than offering a solution.
Sorry, I just had some trouble getting my mic back. Yeah, there's no rules, Seema. Really, the deal is that each of us gets to define a conversation topic, and then we all get to have something to say about it. So that's really the rule, and so I think we're all trying to do that. So my quick reactions, I have 3 quick reactions to the things that Carolyn brought up, and I really want to appreciate one thing that struck me is that how much you called out how important it is that our goals all interact. These aren't a bunch of technical things like we're doing A and we're doing B and then we're doing C somewhere else. We are trying to further our strategic goals, and one of the biggest ones is around student well-being. And the sense of belonging and connectedness is a core reason that why we thought of the family engagement goal as a supporting goal, and why it's one of our 5 strategic goals, because it's an essential piece, but it's not one of the top 3 because it's really supporting the top 3. So I really, really appreciate your reminding us that this has to be in service of putting them all together. Second thing for me is as we talk about the engagement, it's really important that the mental health resources and pieces are getting communicated. And because that is so important, I'm kind of wondering, is there some way we should be elevating that in our communications plan, because we are so concerned about it? And then my third piece is just, you made me really, it reinforces for me the importance of getting communications to those families, like knowing how to support your kids. So like having an 11-day turnaround, or having a lack of satisfaction with one whole group not knowing what to do next. Like, it really is something we want to take care of. So that's what I have. Ivan, do you want to jump in?
Yes. I also would just say that I appreciate that initial piece around what Carolyn, what you brought up around just the effective communication, because I do think ultimately, yeah, I mean, students feeling connected, that's what we want. We want every student to feel that way. We want them to feel like they're part of something, you know, and so I think it's a really, you know, good piece for us to be thinking about, you know, what does that really look like, and how do we go about that? It's really kind of just, it's kind of really striking me right now. And the other part, I think that, you know, the different methods, your call out around the reflection of current reality in slide 10 and different methods. Again, I think it's important for us to kind of look at that, because I know in talking with like one of our family members that when I'm just asking casually my own kind of survey of them, like, hey, how's it going for you? And what about information's coming to you? The email part was really not their preferred way because of the way that the schedule is now. Their student is in, I think, 2 different schools, and so they're getting multiple emails, so their email kind of like just doubled up, and that's why, you know, some of the other methods and information is more important. So I do think we have to continually be thinking about how are we ensuring that the most important messages are getting communicated to our families in the best way possible. So I think that's going to be really an opportunity for us. And then I also just agree that I feel that the pieces around the mental health, sense of belonging, providing more concrete guidance to families, I think those are, everything that was just discussed around, you know, more ways of probably communicating that. I think those are things we can definitely look at to think about how we can highlight our socio-emotional learning and mental health. And, you know, we have a lot of supports that are in place right now. And I do think that this, I think, also just kind of makes me think about our overall strategic plan and this opportunity for us to do this strategic plan refresh to really get even more focused on what we're trying to do, because I think that we could be more effective in being able to even share more about, so what are we doing in the area of student well-being, and what are the different ways that we're supporting elementary students, you know, sharing information around, you know, the emergency numbers for families to call for information, and having drop-in counseling sessions. So I think we've done a number of things, but I think there's always more ways that we can do that. But I think, again, that would be a way, if we can get more focused, we can bring more of that into our conversations and even get more, you know, focused on what we're trying to do. So I think that's really good feedback for us to be thinking about how we continue to do some of this work to support our families in this area, and just how do we support them in the best way possible. Because I know even some of the recent news stuff I was reading about, kind of seeming to your point around just the, you know, is this normal, or what students are experiencing COVID time, and, you know, just the concern that's out there for really, wasn't actually just for students. The article I was reading was actually for adults also, because it's just creating such a huge strain in so many different ways, and not being able to do the normal things that we're used to doing. And now, you know, you go out for a walk, but you got to take a mask with you. So simple things like that are having impacts on people's psyches. So definitely appreciate the feedback on this area.
Thank you. All right, Seema, I'll just give you one last chance to, if you change your mind and you have a conversation topic in this area that you want to raise from these reports this week, do you have one that you want to put out there, or do you want to just keep reacting to the other pieces right now?
I think I'm good. This has been a good conversation. So I'm mindful of time. I know we're not out of time, but I don't have something specific that I feel like I want to offer up, but I have found value in listening to others and offering thoughts.
Great, terrific. All right, so I'm going to chime in now with some of my reactions. A lot of them, of course, are covered because we're kind of a team on all this. But for me, oh, sorry, I'm going to start my timer so I don't get greedy here. Okay, so for me, the things that I really found heartening about this is that we're really trying to take a look at, I liked seeing everything come together. Like here's the communications, here's the engagement, what are the pieces, where do we kind of come together, how do we know? And I like that we're trying to find different ways of monitoring, whether it's the likes in the email or the let's talk responses to the questions that people have. And I think we do need some more proactive response pieces. So for me, that's one piece I would call out. We need a little bit more proactive on quality communications. I think that the comments about content and really understanding, that's part of the proactive piece. And then the other thing that really stood out for me in this report and some others is how well are we really using the data and also using our critical criteria and our concerns about equity to drive things. And the one example I'm going to call out, I have a slightly different take, I think, than some other board members on this decision, but in our survey, nearly 2/3 of parents of secondary students, they reported not feeling adequately informed about their child's academic progress. But the district made a decision not to send quarterly grade reports for secondary students. And I have a bunch of concerns about the way that decision was made, but not, I mean, you can make a decision because there are a lot of good reasons that had to be done. There's some high stakes processes for many of our seniors where those grades were just not at the point where they were fully indicative of things and of where things were truly at, and so they could do damage. And I appreciate us trying to find a way to not do that damage, but I didn't see evidence that a critical criteria was applied to the decision. And I wondered, like, you know, a lot of times teachers kind of use that quarter grade point as when they kind of clean up the grade books, get all the assignments in, the missing things, the this, the that, the kids use that point, and everybody converges, and now their grades are up to date and they have a good idea of where they're at. And I'm not sure we have anything left to kind of have that forcing function. So we can check on, you know, parent view, but is it up to date? We don't know. Is it any more up to date than it was, you know, whatever. And then the second thing is we're trying a whole new grading approach this year. And so we've made a lot of changes. And for me, I was thinking it would be really good for all of our families to have that opportunity to see what those changes were implying about how they were playing out in kids' grades, so that kids don't have their first grade come in as their high stakes semester grade, that they have a really good sense of where they stand. And then they can use the things that we've put in place, like the accepting of late work and the retakes, to really get their handle on their standards, to get those standards up to school. And, you know, we got a plan to let the families who have D's and F's know in the second quarter that they have the D or F. But what's our plan to give that, here's where the grade really is at, here's a reliable place. If you think there's a flaw with the system, teachers, parents, kids, you know, this is the time to notice it and figure out what you want to do about it. So, and I wondered, you know, which families have the most ready access to use Parent View, or who are most likely to use it versus those who aren't, and what's kind of the equity of that piece. So that was a concern that really stood out for me. Like, we got this data, parents don't understand where their kids are at academically in secondary. And then the same week we made a decision to take a critical piece of information, and we didn't have a backup plan. So we adjusted it for those seniors and also for some of the other things, but we didn't say, oh yeah, we'll just roll it out 2 weeks later, or this is how we'll do it. And so, yeah, that was worrisome to me. So I'd love to think more about that, about how decisions like that get made and played in.
I would like to put in different view, because I think a couple things. First, you know, the idea of a quarter grade came up, it originated from the notion that we didn't have tools like Synergy. The only time you would find out as a family or student or as a parent, you know, way back in my dinosaur days, was when you would get mailed a quarter report from Bellevue School District to your home. And I think in some ways it's a legacy, because we continue to have Synergy. And I understand you're saying, you know, some families won't have access to that. I think by and large, everything we are doing to make virtual learning work would mean that is a far exception over the rule. So when you're saying, like, we lost something, it's not clear to me we lost something, because what we were learning, certainly I was hearing from many families, kids, was that teachers are far behind on their updating of what's in Synergy. And that was already creating a lot of stress. And it was not just seniors, it was all the way across. So by forcing that and saying, we're now going to take a snapshot and call that official and send that to you as if it is a meaningful indicator of where you are, I don't think you're giving an indicator of anything useful if we already know that that point in time, the data for that is not useful. You've now created a source of stress and confusion. So I think it was actually, I support and appreciate the decision that was made, because I actually think everybody was behind. Everything was off, and it's part of it was because of COVID. And the question is, how could we make sure we did no harm, didn't add unnecessary stress that was by and large arbitrary? Because even before COVID, most teachers I have found over and over with our kids, they don't pay as much attention to the quarter grade. They will often tell kids, look, it's your semester grade that matters. And so the quarter grade was already traditionally a bit arbitrary, and I think it got more thrown off through COVID. So I actually think it was the right thing to do, and I appreciate that there was a short amount of time to make a quick assessment of how problematic is this and how quickly do we need to act to assure that we're not doing harm. And I still think that the door is open for any parent who wishes to email their the teachers of their kids or to email the counselor and say, how is my kid doing? I think that's probably, if you're having a real concern, a better way to gauge it than offering a quarter grade that may be meaningless at this point in time. So that's my 2 cents. I don't speak for the school district, but as certainly as a parent and somebody was part of the conversation, which I thought it was the right call.
You're muted, Christine, but I'm gonna jump in and take my minute. So my reaction was fairly similar to Seema's, although for slightly different reasons. I have heard from friends who are teachers that the quarter grade was a source of stress for them because they're trying to give assessments for a student whose face they've never seen, whose voice maybe they've never heard. They might have seen some work, but they had, never actually engaged with the student directly. And so trying to create a grade that would be in a record, even if it is just a quarter grade and no one pays attention, people do see it. And that was a source of stress that they felt nobody needed right then. So my reaction is fairly similar to Seema's.
Thanks, Erica. Carolyn or Francine, you want to weigh in?
Sure. So I think I said most of it during my time. I would say that I think there's plenty of opportunity, and it addresses a lot of what your concerns, Christine, which is that at this point we still want to send out communication that's really clear to families on how to access the information, that you can modify how often you get the communication, where it goes to. There's also the Teams Outlook report that apparently you can modify the day of the week that you get it on. What it means, how late assignments might disappear in the following week. So just because you don't see any now doesn't mean that there aren't still ones that are late. I think there's a lot of education that can go around the pieces so that families do feel informed on how to support their students, and this is still the right time to do it. And then as well as all of the information about what we're doing with accepting late work and the retakes, and that this is a snapshot in time. I do think your point about we wanted to Erica's point, to reduce some of the pressure, and it was great to see that the communication came out as a joint communication between the district and the Education Association. However, part of it is because the snapshots were not up to date. They were, and there was a whole bunch of reasons, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be fixing that during this time. So we do need to keep working so that they do become accurate reflections of how much students have learned, and that students and families are very clear that these are the standards, and this is where the student is on those standards, because families need it and the district needs it. We will never close the gap or really be supporting our students to learn if we don't know what they've learned.
Thanks, Francine. Carolyn, did you want to chime in on this?
Sorry, no.
Okay. So then I'm just gonna take one extra moment, was done earlier, just to clarify something. I really appreciate Francine's comments. My feedback on this is not whether or not there was a good move made. My feedback and concern that I think Francine started to address is that there are repercussions of making this decision, and I don't always see the option as black or white, do we have quarter grades or don't we have quarter grades? If we need to not have quarter grades at this time, the question that I still don't have a clear answer to is, at what point can students and families find a reliable update that is up to date and that has all the information that helps them understand where their kid is at, and are there things that we're doing proactively to communicate that to not just folks who are failing, but all kids. And will that time be far enough in advance of when semester grades are issued that students have a chance to address those needs? Because that is feedback that I heard from stakeholders. It doesn't mean that we can't address the fact that teachers in this circumstance needed more time to get things updated, or that the standards-based thing needs more times to shake out. But I think needing more time to shake out and taking out a piece of the feedback cycle, it's not the only solution, and it has repercussions that will come up and as high stakes. So just wanted to raise that. So Ivan, anything you want to chime in on this one?
Yeah, I think first off, I'll just say that I think one, just appreciate that there was some heartening, some acknowledgement around just seeing everything come together, because I think part of this protocol is also recognizing some of the strengths or positive things that are going on, and then through these reports. So appreciate that, and just knowing that we're finding different messages and trying to do that. I think this whole thing with the grading and quarter, I think is a really important conversation. That I do think that, I think that inherent is probably, even making assumptions around, which families are checking parent view, who checks it, who doesn't check it, but I think just for the simple part of this, that to say that, I know this decision was not taken lightly. I was, on leave when this happened, and actually this was one of the times when I was contacted about this, and so it was really, we had to ask a lot of questions, in a short amount of time to figure out, where this decision was going and why don't we do that, So I know it was not taken lightly, but I do think that there is a lot of work going on that's being led right now, because we are not just letting people hang, we've sent additional communication to our educators, additional communication to our school leaders. Patty Sigworth, is doing a lot of follow-up with our principals in this area. So there's a lot that's going on right now to make sure that, more information is going out to our educators around continuing grading, continuing, the assessments and what they're trying to do. But I think in some of these decisions, and, shared this before around just oftentimes some of the decisions is about taking the pressure off the system, when you see something that's either going to not turn out very well or kind of blow over. And so I think this is one of those attempts, but I know we have a lot more work to do in this area to ensure that. And I think the final part I'll just add on, I'll just go back to what Francine has brought up, which I think again is probably this opportunity for us to really be thinking about how we can provide more information to families around checking the, where they are. Because, I know right now families can still go look at parent view and see where they are. But and I think that even though the communication or the survey we just did indicates that some parents didn't have sufficient information about their child's academic success, it doesn't mean that they didn't check their grades. So I think that that's going to be some good follow-up for us to think about. But I am kind of liking this idea that has been raised around what can we do to share information with our families around just even, again, the grading process, where we are, what we're doing, what they can kind of expect over the next few weeks as we try to get more information to get a more reliable grade in place for our students. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ivan. So that kind of takes us to the end. And so what we would do now is that it'd be great if you wanted to summarize sort of your takeaways, any follow-up actions you're going to take, anything that you thought of as, I didn't hear anything that was an explicit ask for a change in direction from direction that's already been given, but if there is, and I heard some encouragement about pursuing some things and coming back with more information about how to address some issues that are there. So if you could summarize what you've got, and then we'll just run that by everyone, and we can kind of wrap this one up.
All right, I think I'll do my best. And again, yeah, I didn't hear a specific direction that the board wants us to go on, but different things for us to think about. I think the last one I raised is probably one that we really want to be thinking about, is like how we can provide more information to families about grading and just where we are and what we're doing and what that looks like. So I know it's definitely hit in different ways. So I think that is definitely one that we're thinking about. I think sharing even more information around the mental health well-being support, I think, is something that is ongoing work that we can do. So definitely we'll be, talking and sharing more of that. I know our team's on listening right now. I've already gotten a few pings around, yeah, these are some things that we can do. So I think that's another area where, because I do think that's just going to increase in a lot of different ways from what we're seeing right now. And I don't think it's not going to go away anytime soon. This is still really important. I think another one that I thought was just the part around just what does effective communication, family engagement look like. I don't think we will ever have a specific answer that we can say, yeah, that's it. But I really do like that idea around students feeling connected, and what would that look like, and how would that sound, and how would we know that? Is definitely one where I think we can be thinking a little bit more around what we can do to further support that work that we're doing for communication and family engagement, and ensuring that our message is there. And then I think the couple final ones, I think just tying to what we've learned. I know we've identified in the reports, but obviously looking to see that our students who receive special education services, what can we further do to support those families? So I think, again, thinking about from the critical criteria perspective, what can we do to further engage our families around that, to understand what information they want, what information have they been lacking, and what can we do to better support that. And then finally, again, I think we're going to be learning a lot from this communication audit that we're doing right now in the district from the National School PR firm. And I think the idea around even having a group that helps us with messages or checks messages for impact is a unique idea. Again, I think my probably only concern in that area is just how do we ensure that we have broad representation, that we're not just hitting one part of our community, but also ensuring that we're meeting the needs of our entire community. So I think the area around communication will continuously be improving, because I know we have a very strong communication strategy plan put together right now, and we are leaning into it, and I think you will hopefully see more changes as we continue to do this work. Thank you.
All right. I am going to note, since I think I'm going to skip ahead one and then I'll go backwards on the protocol and then we'll wrap up. It's just that I should identify or confirm any direction. The one thing I think I think you captured everything that I heard during this conversation. The one that I think you maybe missed some of the pieces on are the comms. Having a new comms plan and strategy is great, but what I heard was we may need additional work on the content and the communications. So like coming back to the board at some point to let us know like how that the whole strategic overview or whatever that you're doing with the comms, just clarifying the piece on how content and how you're doing more to proactively understand what's needed by families. And then the third piece I heard on that where the board had some concerns was how is that plan holistically evaluating the use of multiple modes and recognizing that no one mode is perfect for any family? Because there were concerns, the survey was done by email and people preferred email, but when it went out to people who did email, blah, 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 like all those things. So just that thing about content, proactive feedback about what defines great communications for families and mode of communication, I thought were things that the board wanted to know more about what you guys end up doing in those spaces.
And I just don't know if it's appropriate, but I had one sort of suggestion, because we talked about with the communications, some kind of focus group or some kind of like thing that seemed like it was going to be a big deal to organize. And I wonder as a stopgap if it could be as simple as grab somebody who works for you, who has kids in the district, who's not part of the team that is understanding or crafting the communication, like just some random person, from central office that isn't involved with any of this, and maybe they would be able to read through and say, wow, that confuses me.
Thanks, Carolyn, for just the suggestion of it, that it doesn't need to be necessarily a huge thing, that small steps might be sufficient. So as far as what Ivan summarized about providing more info to families about grading, sharing more info around mental health resources and steps, what can we do to better further support families of students with special needs, and then the communications plan and improvements there. Those were the things that I heard, and I also heard him say that they'll be looking at ways to connect the student feeling of connection to the communications and engagement piece. Is there anything, Francine? Yeah, let's just get any board member to identify missing stuff.
So yeah, I just want to emphasize kind of with that mental health piece, there was the idea of, you know, what are really the specific steps that parents, families, guardians can do to support students. And if they're not able to, or there are certain red flags, like when to reach out and how. So I want to make sure that that's captured too. It's, again, not just saying, here are some hotlines you can call. Like these are like specific things. And then they may need to be communicated in different ways. Like if it's just in this whole big long email, that may not be effective either, right? So, but I'll leave to you how to do it, but I just wanted to emphasize that. And then in my comments, I know they were long and it kind of ended up being just heard about the grading, but really the grading is just a small piece of that, right? The progress report, it's really about the learning. So do we know that kids are learning? Do we feel that the remote strategies are being employed in a way that kids are able to do the work, that they have the resources, that we know that what's being assigned is furthering their learning? I mean, that's always true, but now because there's so much relied on the asynchronous time, that the grading may or may not reflect all of that, right? So I do want to say that the meta point really is about the learning, and so not to just get lost in the grading part.
Thanks, Francine, and I think we'll have an opportunity to bring that point up again in the next segment as well, which is the questions about the back to school, the COVID adjusted learning updates. So thank you for that. Seema, Erica, Carolyn, Carolyn weighed in and Francine's weighed in. Seema or Erica, is there anything you didn't hear our superintendent summarize that you felt was an important takeaway, or is there something you heard summarized that wasn't really the right takeaway for you?
I apologize. I don't know if you captured this or if it got captured. I think the main one is just a sense of immediacy on tools and guidance for mental health. So maybe you already said that back, but that would be one that I would like to have as a takeaway. How can we, meaning not just an observation, but is there a way that you could find, if not perfect, good enough, a way that right now we can meet the needs of parents who are struggling to try to figure out, how should I interpret what I observe in my child? Do I interpret that as relatively normal based on where we are, or should I interpret that as something where I should be talking to someone who can help me in the school district or elsewhere? Like they need to know how to interpret signals. And I think that is something that's not, I'm not just offering as a think about, but is there an action the school district can take about how to make sure every parent knows who to go to and how to navigate through that?
Okay, so I captured the sense of urgency for getting the mental health resources to the people who need them as quickly as we can and as concretely as we can. And I would add that the sense of immediacy ought to be applied to supporting our students with families with special needs, because that is that's a major concern. I think that urgency came across in both parts of our discussion.
Yeah, and I just want to say on the mental health piece, I'm not suggesting, Ivan, that things are not already there and are not being done. I am concerned, just as was kind of conveyed before regarding special needs, that it might be there, but if people can't find it or can't find it easily or have to work, expend a lot of time for it, then it's a source of stress. But I know we have that resource, so that's really what I want.
Yeah, yeah, and I get that, and I think one of the things I definitely have to take this back with the team to talk to them, because I know we've done a lot of things. I mean, it's even why we're having these mental health sessions right now this week, because that came up as needs in our community and from families and people wanting to know information. So I know that we definitely have done some of that, but I think it's a good conversation for us to have, to think about what else can we do to ensure that families have the right information and knowledge and support to help their students. And I do think the other thing along those lines, I also think about that from a equity perspective too, because I think how do we ensure that we're supporting all of our families in that area. And I just want to definitely call out that I know there's been a lot of effort by our team just to get some of our students who have been really most disconnected during this time, just to find out what's going on with them online, and we've talked about this before in other board meetings, you know, where these situations are really being treated as like a case management perspective, so that they're trying to find out, is it technology, is it work, is it, you know, babysitting, or are there other things that are getting in the way of students? And so we've done a lot of things to address, especially from that lens of equity, to ensure that that's happening, but understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I think we've captured the takeaways from this. There are no major changes in board direction, just some senses of urgency and in some of the steps to address the pieces that were already acknowledged as maybe not being all the way they need to be, which is great. That's the whole way this is supposed to work. Anyone else have anything they need to say before we move to our next space? Since we tried this new protocol, I just want to give people a chance. If somehow this protocol missed something critical for you, now's the time to call it out. Otherwise, we're going to move on.
Christine, the only thing is, since we're doing our board community forum on family engagement, either now or if board members can reflect, and if there's any particular questions or themes that we want to be asking at that forum based on this discussion, I'll take them now, but if we don't have time, also just via email. But I do want to call that out. This is going to be, it's always an ongoing discussion, but specifically we'll be having time for this at the forum.
So I'll give my 2 cents really quick on that, and that is one of the things I really want to know is a question that Eva and Melissa posed to us 2 weeks ago. I want to pose it to families, and that's the idea of, if we have more time in remote learning than we had hoped for our students, I really want to deeply understand what is effectively working well and where people are getting tripped up or worried in their learning experiences right now and their experiences overall. To me, that's really a critical question, because we've got to serve our kids no matter what conditions we're in, and so, you know, that would be super helpful. Anyone else have comments or feedback for Francine as she are you working with Erica on the forum? Is that right?
Yes.
As she and Erica plan the forum, any additional questions people want to bring up? Okay. Please, if you have an additional question that should be addressed, send it along to Francine. And that takes us, well, thank you. That takes us to our next agenda item, but thank you everybody for entertaining a new approach to discussions. I don't think that it's about the 1 minute, 2 minute part of the protocol. I think the power that we were trying to do is to shift the conversation to being among the 6 of us, which is something that we don't always take the time to do. It becomes more of a one person's asking staff, another person's asking staff, but we 6 don't take the time to get on the same page and talk. So thank you for trying something out. I'm sure that we'll build on it and change it and make it work even better over time. So that takes us to a break. So we have a 5-minute break. If people can be back at 6:40, I think we will still generally be on schedule, because I don't think we are going to have an extensive conversation in section 9, but maybe in section 8. But we'll see. So 5-minute break, back at 6:40. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Christine. I thought this was a helpful, I liked the way this discussion went.
Thanks, awesome. board directors, as you return, please just check in the chat so I know everyone's here and we can resume our meeting. Thank you so much. Francine and Carolyn. Oh, awesome. Francine is back. Carolyn, let me know when you get back. I think we've got quorum again, so I think we're going to go ahead and start to resume here because we're a couple minutes past. All right.
I'm here. I've been here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, great. So we are going to resume our meeting and welcome back from break. We're going to go on to our next item, which is the COVID adjusted progress. And we just have a few minutes dedicated to this, but if we need more time, we can take it tonight and we can swap it for some of the other spaces. So for the COVID adjusted progress, what we need to go through here on this is if board directors have questions from the various progress reports that you get each week on the progress monitoring for COVID and for the progression through the return to schools work. And I talked to Francine ahead of time to see if there was, we don't want to formalize this, overly formalize this conversation because it's supposed to be a brief chance to touch base on things you want to talk about. But the focusing question that we really came up with was, we're at the quarter mark. So does the board have like questions about how are we doing for kids? Like, where are we at? How are we doing by our kids? Are there things from the reports that you're getting that make you feel like we've really nailed a particular thing for kids? Are there things that make you feel like you're a little worried about that we're just not touching on something for kids that we need to right now, or for our stakeholders who support our kids, families, staff, whatever it is? And is there any question, like clarifying question that you have that comes from those reports? But how are we doing? It's the quarter, we're a quarter of the way into the year. What are you worrying about? What are you excited about? And do you have any questions for the district, for the superintendent? And we can treat this again as more of a board discussion with the superintendent as opposed to just straight Q&A, or if it needs to be Q&A, it can be Q&A. I think someone's unmuted, so. Oh, Melissa, did you want to give us some sort of intro info? I don't see any content in here, so I didn't think there was a presentation planned.
No, that was an accident. I'm sorry. Unless you have questions for me that I'm happy to answer.
Oh, no, that's great. So let's I do actually have one, but I'll wait and see what others have first. All right, well, while people are.
I have one, but you should go ahead, Christine. You always wait. You go ahead. I can go after you.
Mine's really quick. I just wanted to call out, like, we are progressing with our return to in-person services at a variety of levels and stages for different folks. And I just wanted to find out if there were any new updates from Friday on that. And if not, will we be, when will we let the public know what those were? Because we've talked about in multiple meetings that we want to not just let the board know, but that we want to let the public know what small groups are going back, so that you can find your kid in this whole picture. You know where you fall and where your opportunities and connections are.
So we do have students coming back. We had groups of students today at Highland and Odell. This is the first day that they were back. It is specific students So not everybody is going to be able to find their student in the students that are coming back right now. We did get some information from Aaron early this morning that at Odell it was going great. They had, I think, just under 30 students today. They invited more, but they'll continue to follow up on that. I know that Newport High School is planning on having students come in on the 7th of December, and they're looking at having, I think it's around 56 or 57 students come in. All of these are very specific students that haven't been engaged, that need additional supports, who are not doing as well as we would like to see right now. And so it is a very targeted groups of students. We do have mental health drop-in that's going to be becoming available on the 19th. So that's pretty exciting at Highland, and also our school-based health center is in the process of opening up at Highland as well. So we're getting additional supports in place at all of our schools. Eva, do you want to add anything to that?
Just Chinook. Remember that Chinook is going to bring in some students starting December 7th as well. And at Odell, I think it was 20-something kids that came, but they had invited about 50. So the plan is to continue to reach out and get kids to come in as long as they're comfortable coming in and their parents are comfortable. But he said it went really well.
Special education services as well. At Wilburton, we've got 11 students back as well.
Thank you so much for that update. Will that info be posted on the web anywhere on that progress page, like the progression page, so people can see who's back, or what's the plan on keeping that transparent to the community?
We can post it. We weren't, because it isn't every student, and we have been doing it an invitation based on those with the greatest need. So, and they've been very targeted up to this point. So
that's all we're allowed to do, right? I mean, that is all we can afford to do with safety protocols and based on like the information from the governor and the state. Like, that is all we can expect right now. So, yeah, that's the right thing. So yeah, if there's some way we can post some summary or some information so people know, that's great. If I don't know what form it should be in so that it doesn't feel distracting or confusing to people, but that it's transparent, that would be awesome.
So here's why I'm wondering. I just wonder so much would end, right? Because I don't want, I want to support kids as best as we can support kids, but it is not necessarily a come and sign up type of a opportunity. Do you see that? So that's why I'm trying to figure out for what purposes, and I'm happy to be transparent as to we are trying to get our services expanded, but within a framework, right? So I'm just trying to figure that out a little bit. That's why I'm hesitating, Christine. It's not because I disagree necessarily. I just wonder to what end.
And how to couch such a message so that you're not saying, by the way, if you're coming in, you weren't doing well, or you weren't, or you fit in this category or something like that, right? We don't want to couch it in this deficit kind of language where, anyway, it's tricky in that way, but we could do maybe more of an aggregate or just more of a general summary that we have a number of programs going on in person to serve students in a variety of ways. And currently we're serving, 300 something, or I don't know.
Thanks. I think it would be helpful to have something about what we are doing, but also something for those who are about to come back to know that, just like we're giving the teachers the 10 days notice, that we're giving our community's family, whatever. But yeah, if you guys can find a good way to do that, that'd be great. So I don't want to take any more time on this. Thank you for that. Seema, do you want to jump in?
I had a quick question, I think, on what progress have we been able to make on async? Just kind of tying across, I think, something you guys had said before, which is kind of like, we don't want to pressure kids and say everybody has to turn on their camera you know, and I have the vision of Francine describing, you know, kids in their bed and going, okay, well, if I have to turn on my camera, I won't even participate because otherwise they're going to see me in my bed. And then at the same time, what I think Erica shared, which is for then a teacher, if all you see is you don't even see the student, you don't know how they're doing. So I've been wondering, and I was hoping, I guess, like everybody, that maybe the async time could be leveraged in a way to allow a teacher to maybe say, well, I get 5 minutes with John today and 5 minutes with Susie today. I guess that's my hope. And I was curious, have you made any progress, or how do we know how we're doing on that? Since async has been better explained to teachers and kids, what, if anything, are we doing to make better use of the time, and have we been able to use it as a way to check on the student holistically? By that, I mean academically as well as emotionally.
I think I can answer that one. The async time, as you know, we talked about this before, was intended to be for small group time, intended to be predictable, intended for teachers to be in their virtual classrooms during that time, meeting with small groups of kids. And that was twofold. One was for to further academics. Great, it's a great opportunity to differentiate your instruction without having to deal with the whole class. You just have this targeted group. Two, it was for peer connection, that we heard from kids overwhelmingly, school's much better when I'm in a small group. I'm much more engaged. I get to connect with my peers. So even if only for the social emotional aspect, we wanted to have students in small groups. And at the beginning of the year, we had some evidence that that was not happening in all classrooms, in all schools, and that we needed to take some intentional steps to get this going. And so we've been taking those steps, and our principals now are doing walkthroughs to help gather some evidence, but also to find out who are some teachers maybe that need some support with how do you do small groups, how do you organize them, what are you doing with that time, how do you differentiate instruction. So we are collecting data on that. We are supporting our principals as instructional leaders to support their teachers on this. And then our curriculum department, that's what they're focusing on as well, is helping teachers with how do you utilize and capitalize on that async time with small group instruction. And it can be individuals. It doesn't have to be a small group. It can be individuals. We've also said that on the Wednesday, now that we have Wednesday asynchronous time, it's a great time for teachers to practice putting kids into small groups within the classroom, you know, and using some of that time if they feel they don't have that enough time during their synchronous time on the other days. So how do we know? We are monitoring by doing walkthroughs, and we will in our next round of, we did collect data on that in our first round of engagement, the feedback loop. We'll be gathering that again to see if we see any growth in whether or not that async time is working for people.
Thank you, Eva. Carolyn, it looks like you have unmuted, so it looks like you've got the next question.
Oh, okay. Well, I just have some basic assumptions I want to clarify. And I think they're clear, but I just want to really make them clear. So we had the governor's announcement yesterday, and I think we said earlier in the meeting that that's not changing things a lot for us. We're still following the chart that shows that if you have so many cases, you're able to do this or whatever. So just so everyone understands that we're still following that chart. And then the other thing is, I realized I'd made an assumption that may or may not be true. We were talking about maybe not being able to meet every single goal that is that every standard, whatever, that we would have had last year because of the online. Maybe we can't hit every single one, but we are hitting the math and language ones, the ELA, and in the case of dual language, just the language ones. Is that my understanding? So I guess what I was thinking, the underlying assumption there is that if you're trying to make sure that you have a 1 year's worth of learning and you're not able to get to every last thing in science and social studies, first of all, that's an assumption. Are we? Maybe we are getting to every last thing in science and social studies. But if we're not, because of the limited time, is the assumption that if you got that math and the language skills and you're in 5th grade and you're on level, next year you go to 6th grade, you're in a building, everything's great. Whatever you missed or didn't have in social studies and science, you can pretty much jump right in that next year because you've got that basic math and language skills. That's what I'm thinking, and I wonder, is that true?
I'm not sure completely if I'm following you, Carolyn, but
okay.
I think what you're asking about is, are we teaching every single standard, or did we have to cull back the standards? And the answer is, we had to cull back the standards to the essential standards. That no, it isn't reasonable to think that we would be able to teach every standard, but that we would cull back the standards and focus on essential standards. And there's actually a bright spot in this, because that's actually good practice, and that looking at understanding the standards deeply and understanding essential standards is a good thing from what we understand from Common Core, and that in doing that, then you understand when you are, let's say, when you do have the luxury of having more time, when we are back in person and back to 5 days a week, that you do understand now what are the essential standards, and that the others that are less essential, that you're focusing your time and your energy and your assessment in the right areas. So there is a bright spot to having to do this work of determining what are the essential standards in our curriculum, but also in the Common Core, and focusing on those. So limiting our time has forced us to do that work. Yeah. And yeah, you're right about no, it's not every standard. And the idea of a year of learning, really what we're looking at is we want our students to continue to make a year of growth. And we think we can do that with these essential standards, with the tools that we're using. We're really hopeful about that. That's our goal, that we do want kids to have a year of growth in a year's time. We're not expecting them to have only a half year growth in a year's time. But that doesn't mean, that we're going to be able to do every lesson in the way that we did before. That's not going to happen.
Let me just kind of reframe my question. That's good, because that's a basic piece of what my question was. So I guess my assumption or my question was, so you have the basic stuff in the cumulative subjects I think of as language arts and math. Those are the ones where they build on each other year after year after year. And I love science and social studies, but they're like more content. So like if I miss something in 5th grade science, it doesn't, but as long as I've got the math and the language skills, it doesn't hold me back from understanding what's going on in 6th grade science. Like, is that a correct assumption? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, but then you also know that in science, a lot of what we're learning is process. Right. A lot of what students are learning in terms of investigation and process, and not necessarily that they need to understand deeply some of the content. It's more about process and students being able to investigate deeply and learn deeply, but not necessarily, they don't have to understand about earthworms, for example, or necessarily that's not the
fundamentally getting at is that a kid is on target in math and language, they're going to be able to kind of jump right into their next year.
Math and literacy are two very core content areas that apply in all content areas. You're right about that.
Okay.
Great. So I think we're going to keep moving, because I think we're going down some detailed spaces. So the bottom line, I think we just got the answer to, so that's great. Yeah, it is important. I think I think that the bottom line is now clear, that clarification is essential standards as opposed to complete comprehensive everything. But that by doing the essential standards, no one should be prevented from being able to advance to the next level course, regardless of discipline.
That's what I'm getting at. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So cool. Let's take next questions. Francine, do you want to bring some things up? I think we do want to keep everything moving in this section here.
Sure. So I guess the questions that still come to mind for me in terms of even attendance, much less engagement, but hopefully we're moving towards engagement, was the kind of breakdown by grade level. So early on, we had that big drop in kindergarten, and it was never explained whether that was some error or whether they really weren't engaged. And even though we see across elementary, I can, just because of the sheer volume of numbers, I mean, we still could be having really low engagement at a particular level. And so just wondering if we're looking at that and if there's anything that comes to mind. My other big one we've already talked about was the use of asynchronous time on the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I had kind of hoped that with the change to Wednesdays, there would have been more communication around that. So it sounds like it's supposedly better explained. I just still hear that many students just still have been told from the outside that it's basically optional tutorial time, and it's still being treated that way. So you talked about the walkthroughs, and we'll see if it's working for people, and I wasn't sure who those people were. Was it for the educators, which was kind of what the discussion was around, or around students? And you know, really what concretely has been done so that every educator, every student, and every family member knows that what that time is for, as you know, you described it. Because you know, on our last school visit, the teachers were saying, I'm so sad that it's optional time, and like, but no, but it's not. But if the teachers think it is, and it hasn't been communicated to students, it still is. And then also kind of really along with that is that use of 8th period. So again, I was disappointed kind of that we hadn't heard anything being done with 8th period and it's staying. It would have seemed that we could have transferred 8th period time into other period time so that every week there were 3 consistent touch points for periods at secondary level, because now it's that alternating Wednesday, and I have real concerns about still having those alternating Wednesdays and how educators can use that effectively when they have that subject across different days and different weeks, and then assessments. And so I have concerns that it will still fall short. So really, 8th period, you know, why is it there? Has it really been working according to the stated goals?
All right, so Francine, you brought up several things about effectively. I think that what you're trying to do is dive into the question that you said was at the root of what you care about overall earlier, right? You said that you want to make sure that we are being attentive to whether or not we're meeting the needs of our kids right now. And that's where you're going, is that correct?
Yes, so those were just specific, and I wasn't clear for taking specifics, but those are the ones that I'd really like to see we grapple with. And I heard some good discussion around asynchronous time. I guess I don't see that matching up with what I'm hearing from families and even what we saw in our school visit, but maybe a lot has changed in the last 2 weeks.
All right, so let me get a little handle on this, because I think we want to move a little bit away from one board member talking with staff, and we want to see if other board members are having similar concerns, if we're on the same page, and then we can sort of see, is there more data out there? Is there more plan? Do we want to give any direction? So I hear you asking about what's up with 8th period. I hear you asking about how we're making sure that the changes we've made to async time is actually being implemented as intended, as opposed to just kind of blown off or what have you. Or just not a common understanding across folks. Was there another topic that you were bringing up?
It was just around really having a good understanding of the breakdown by grade level in terms of attendance / engagement. That was how it was reported to us at the very beginning, and there was this huge discrepancy. And then since then, it was never addressed. And since then, it's all been aggregated. But within that aggregation, because of the sheer numbers, we could still be having that 75% drop off in kindergarten engagement.
All right, great. So before we go to staff to get some information and answers, are there other board members who have similar concerns or anything? I just want to bring this all together about 8th period, about async time being communicated clearly, and about attendance and engagement, and really having a handle on where we have things working and where we are struggling. So any other board members want to add to this? I have not had the same feedback about 8th period not being used. I have heard that it is being used by some folks, but I have no idea. I have no systematic data on that. So I don't know the extent to which that's happening. So it might be good if we have more systematic data from the district on that. And I have similar data about inconsistencies in the async stuff. Does any other board member have concerns they want to raise in this space at all? Just want to give a chance for this to be among everyone. Okay.
Well, my understanding is that Wednesday is synchronous now, or am I misunderstanding something here? Yeah.
It is, Carolyn. Wednesdays are synchronous. Starting this week.
Right.
Here comes Jeff Thomas to confirm. I think it's starting this week, isn't it?
Yes, it's starting Wednesday.
So we would have started last week, but we didn't have school on Wednesday.
Okay. And there's an email that went out to all the families when? So they would know?
Friday.
It was in that district communication that went out, and then I think different principals, I think there were varying levels of communication at the school level.
Well, I just want to, my only point is that everyone knows and is going to be ready to turn on their camera or be in their seat or do whatever they have to on Wednesday.
Let's hope.
All right. Thanks, Carolyn. So you also share some concerns about async communications and consistencies.
Well,
so Eva, and yeah. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I did get quite a bit of, feedback that people felt that they really didn't have enough time and, to prepare for it. And you think, well, why do you need to prepare? Well, they put all their appointments on Wednesdays so that they wouldn't be having them on the other days.
So Ivan and Eva, are the three issues that have just been brought up, the consistent use and communication around async time, the utilization of 8th period, and the engagement and attendance data, are those things that you want to address right now? Are those things that you want to provide different information for and look into? Where do you want to go with that? Because we've had just some questions and concerns raised and we want to get on the same page.
Yeah, no, I think they're great questions. The async time is something that we struggled with at the beginning of the year. We believe it's getting better. Anecdotally, we believe it's getting better. We will be providing you with data as soon as we do a next round of the feedback loop. And remember how in the past we've provided you with both survey data from kids and actual walkthrough data. And there is a discrepancy in what we see, but we use all of the data to determine, okay, so how are we doing? We haven't done our second round of the feedback loop to determine whether or not we've made any gains on asynchronous time, but certainly the point is well taken that we can always do better on communication. Always do better on communication. And so if you're still hearing confusion about async, then we need to do better on communication. With attendance and engagement data, I think Scott Powers can help us. He may not have that tonight, but we can certainly get that data. My guess is with kindergarten that there were more opportunities for kids to do off-screen, and maybe there was less than attendance being taken. I don't know that. That's an absolute assumption, but I can ask Scott to get us that information. And then regarding period 8, I think similar to the issues that we were having with async time, that period 8 has been confusing. We do have some good plans for period 8 at the secondary level to use that time as intervention block for students and for those programs that we've purchased for them. And Patty has been working with the graduation success team and with family engagement to do some family education around these interventions. So bringing in families and giving them some training on and the why around and how they can support their students with both the async time and these tools that we have to help students improve their proficiency. So we have some plans for that period 8, but again, it's not going to be across the board for every student. We probably have some hit and miss in this area where we've seen some use of assembly time or other activities for kids during period 8, like clubs and things like that. But I wouldn't say that impacts every single student, in our district. So definitely period 8 has been a more flex time. And then the Wednesday synchronous, point well taken, Carolyn, that some parents may have scheduled appointments. And that's on us because Wednesdays were always a school day, even though they were async. And so we just weren't managing them asynchronously very well. And so kids, understandably then, were seeing it as a day off. And it wasn't ever intended to be a day off. We are counting that as school hours. And so that's why we went to the synchronous time, because we realized it just wasn't working. And parents can get their students' absences excused if they need to for their appointments.
All right, thank you for that, Eva. I have one thing I'm going to add on to this whole discussion at the end, but I just want to see if any other board directors had something they wanted to ask. We haven't heard from Erica or Seema. Is there anything in the back to school reporting that you got on Friday or to date, or that you didn't get on Friday and you're worried or wondering about that you wanted to raise? Okay, so I think I maybe end this in the space of it would be great if the engagement data is something that's already part of the monitoring plan. Is it possible to maybe include that in the next Friday or update report so that that we get that clarification, since that's already a thing we're doing? All right, great. And then I'm going to just tag on my question or wondering and worry about the async and all that stuff. It's not so much about any one of those things. My question really centers on what Francine has brought me back to multiple times, and that is, how are our kids doing right now? I really appreciated the data you provided on grades across the board and stuff, and I wondered, like, have we looked at the data on secondary grades and performance in a way that helps us understand if we have equity issues in those grades? Are we slicing things like who's not doing okay? It sounds like we have very localized, responsive work in place at various schools, but is that are those opportunities being given fairly across the district? Do we have, like, do more schools need to look at these things? And so just generally, I am interested, not tonight, but in general, knowing at this checkpoint, at this quarter mark, what we're doing to make sure, with all the data that we're monitoring about COVID back to school surveys and academic progress and engagement and attendance and safety, what do we know? What needs are mostly filled and what needs are missing? So if there's some way to include that, sort of what your takeaways are from the Friday reports, that would be super, super helpful, I think, in getting us all on the same page. Because I don't know what thing to say, oh, I'm really worried about async, or I'm really worried about X. I want to know what the data tell us to be really worried about right now, because I'm not sure I have the same amount of evidence that some others might have about community feedback. And I really want to take a look, and I also want to run it through the critical criteria, or at least that way of thinking about how we look at our data. So that's my ask. If the board is comfortable with that ask, I don't know, Ivan and Eva, is that something that could be distilled or summarized in the Friday update?
We'll do our best. I do want to assure you.
I think I'd like to hear that just again in a summation of what exactly the ask is. And again, I think it is something that the whole board is asking. I think it's something we'd want to hear. For the
ask that I am personally making, and I don't know if the board wants to get behind it or not, is I am wondering if there is a way to take all the data you're looking at and just, like, call out what are the bottom lines. Like, we're monitoring a million different things, but in the end, are there any things that we can say, like, we know we're meeting students' needs pretty effectively in these spaces and not in these, or is it so just diffuse and variable by school that maybe that can't easily be done, but we know that each school is doing it and there's some way to give us some insight to that? I don't have a format I'm asking for or anything specific. I just want to know what the takeaways are from this data that we're monitoring. Like, what are we doing with it? What is it helping us do and understand to serve our kids? That's all I am asking, in whatever way you can provide that.
Yeah, I guess
I'm wondering something, sorry, if I can, Ivan, I just want to ask, I guess, a clarifying question for you, Christine. Are you asking for more of, like, how how does the school district utilize data that it has to take, I would say, just an ongoing temperature of how things are going, and how does it currently look? That would be kind of like, how are you reading? How do you take the data you have to read what you've got, and what is your kind of current view versus what I don't think you're asking for, but I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. You're not asking for like a new compilation or a kind of a new data assessment. So what I hear you saying.
That's exactly what I'm asking for. I just want to know what to take away, because what I'm afraid of is that we get a lot of feedback in email or from the group of folks that we most frequently outreach to, and we all have different groups that we have outreach and contact from that tell us this is awesome or this is a problem or whatever, but we don't, like, the systematic data is what you guys have. It's not the anecdotal data. It tells us where the system is at and where we really do have problems and where we really do need to focus our resources, and whether or not this thing X that was brought to my attention by, community Y is really our biggest problem, or if we have another big problem. So I'm just wondering what the biggest takeaways are and what it's causing us to do with our investments. So I'm not really looking for a new report, just kind of, what did you do with the data? Like, what did that data tell you, so that I understand what I should see in it?
So I think I understand where you're coming from. I guess my only consideration is that, again, I think that's what the purpose is, that we have our annual plan measures in place, what we have the return to school measures in place. And although the request may seem small, my concern is that, again, I would then have to ask my staff to go and do something different. And I just want to say that, personally, for me, coming back and just seeing the 2 weeks off kind of gave me good perspective, but I need Eva spending time working with her executive directors on coaching them and supporting them, so that they can then support their school leaders. I feel like the more time we spend on the reporting process, the more time it's taken away from us actually being able to do the work that I feel is really critical to ensure that we are meeting with our folks as much as possible, talking to them about this very data, because I think that this to me feels like it can go so many different ways, because there's so many different data points that we're measuring right now. But like even the example around the grading, there's a lot of work that's going inside of there, So my preference would be to kind of maintain what we've been doing with our reporting processes, and so I want my team to be able to do some of the work that they need to do on the ground, So
let me walk back. Let me walk this back, and I will come in if I can think of a specific request. What I'm really asking for is that instead of talking about things, we tend to talk about this topic and that topic and whatever's hot and whatever somebody was worried about because they were exposed to. And I want to know that we're driving equitable decision making about our investments in what we're doing. And I want to understand what the data that we promised we would collect, that I don't want these to be reports. I want them to be the things that are actually driving our work. And so I want to understand what they're telling us to do and how they're shifting our work. And right now I have the report, but it doesn't always connect with how we use it to make decisions. So maybe I'll try to come up with what that means. Maybe it just means how we talk about it in these meetings. Maybe it's not about an extra action. But I'm just worried because otherwise we seem to jump from hot topic to hot topic.
Yeah, but I think so I kind of like where you landed is maybe we just, in the course of the conversation, we can get a read, but not have it be like a formal deliverable, because I have heard, everybody hears something different, but I think the consistent theme has been the time we take asking the school district to come back and give us things because we feel it makes us more useful is actually draining the district from doing the very thing that helps with quality of instruction. The very kinds of things that we then hear negative feedback on could be helped with releasing staff to be able to kind of give that guidance and make things run. So I part of me would love to hear more, but I also, and so I hear what Christine's saying, but I'm also thinking If you're feeling like you need that time back, I think you guys should take it. Maybe we just do what we can in our meetings.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I think it'd be really helpful because I think it's how we have these conversations. We're collecting tons of data, and I'll just say, coming back after the time, we have, over 60 measures already in our work that we're doing, 39 plans that I'm trying to get myself through. I'm behind trying to get caught up, for taking the 2 weeks off, for paternity leave, and I know it's coming back. It hasn't eased up on my staff, so I'm hopeful that we can just have some deeper conversations about this because we can talk to you about some of the great work that we do. I'm just afraid that if we formalize it, then it just begins another report we have to do that takes time away from some of the work we're trying to do.
Can we make sure though I know we're getting different types of things in the updates week to week, but I would say based on the conversation that we had earlier in the meeting, that having one specifically that updates the 2 graphs that showed where the students were A through F, and it had it over time compared to last quarter, as well as the breakdowns. And there's just significant concerns there. There's just this huge shift, far more Fs than historically, and then the disproportionality with the breakdowns is also really concerning. So that maybe it was just before the quarter mark, right? And we went through this whole discussion about how the progress reports were not necessarily going to be reflective, but I think that is something we need to look at closely because it really ties into the other part about the stress and mental health of our students. So you take a student who's traditionally an A student who's now an F student, that is just a big red flag. And so I know that soon they're going to get those DNF reports. I hope there's just an urgency to get that out as soon as possible. Like if we're going to be doing it and it's, it usually happens 2 weeks from now, can it happen more like 1 week from now so that there's just more time to address it, and time to address it until the semester mark, but really urgency time because every day that passes is a serious mental health risk for many students. And so I do want to call that one out, and I kind of thought that's where Christine was going, but if it's not, then that's my big ask. And I think it is, I think it's directional and urgent.
Are we voting on these asks? These are not individual asks, so are we going to do a vote on them, or?
So I think the only ask that's outstanding, what I've heard is a concern about different things, and hopefully we get updates as we normally do about information on things. There's been an ask to address issues with the communications around async time. There's been an ask to understand more about 8th period as we get more data. But the urgency one, the only thing I heard that was an actual ask, that's not something that's already part of the plan at this point, is what Francine just said was, can you press on the date to give the DF reports? And I thought that what was communicated, that that's what the district was already doing. I'm not sure that that's really, is that a big ask, or is that something you're already on?
What is the current date? Sorry. And what date are you expediting or asking to be expedited to, Francine?
I think John can answer that.
John can answer, but it's not to,
The current plan is November the 30th. That's when we're scheduled to pull the Ds and Fs.
I think one of the things we can do also for the board, I think one piece we can do for the board update this week is just to give a little overall update a little bit on the communication and what we're doing in grading, because I think that'll be helpful. I know I have some of that information, some of the stuff that I saw when I came back, and feel confident of the work that we're adjusting there. So that's one thing we can do, because that's a piece that's already there for us. We can have a quick summary around that. But thank you, John, for clarifying that.
Can I just sorry. So I just want to understand this better, because this is something I'm trying to understand better, Francine. If you're asking them to expedite on the DNF report, that is so that we as a board can take what action?
So I'm asking that in these regular update that we received, that I know we get different pieces of information, but I'd like to see that one continue to be tracked, because it happened, before the quarter mark. So what does that look like? Will things shift, right? So we see over time, right? A's are going down, B's are going up a little bit. We've got more C's, D's, and way more F's than historically, but that was at the quarter mark. And then we see a huge disproportionality for our students when we do the breakdown across those areas. And so I think that's just a real concern. And historically, the idea is that halfway through the semester or after the quarter mark, the students are notified. But that's 2 weeks from now that it gets pulled, and then sometime where they get notified. And it seems it's something we want to address earlier.
Okay, I'm going to chime in here. So this is what we did in our previous discussion, where we talked about operational concerns. We asked that there were 2 things that got some urgency of attention. They were operational, and they were laid out from the data that we had. And they were about sharing more information around actionable mental health steps and supports for families and kids. And they were about improving communication and response to families with students with special needs or disabilities. And I think what I'm hearing is the same thing here, where somebody's saying we have a pretty urgent issue. Like if I had to choose the top 2 things that generally cause our kids anxiety, besides COVID and the election and all the crazy things going on right now, grades would be in the top 2 things that I have consistently heard for decades from folks about what causes their kids stress. And so this is an anxiety point, and all I hear is Francine saying, can you give this some urgency as well? And I hear the district saying we're stepping it up by a couple of weeks, and I don't hear a need to make a further ask. Like, the district can manage the operations. I feel like we for urgency and acknowledgement of that. Am I missing something?
Well, I don't think we're stepping it up by a couple weeks. It sounds like the normal date is 2 weeks from now. The question is, if we're going to be pulling them anyway 2 weeks from now, could we just do it next week?
But I'm also just trying to understand, Francine, it's not so that we as a board can take action. It's so that you can get that, to Christine's point, to the student, so that the idea being anxiety reduction is because the earlier a student knows, hey, if we don't take an action, if we collectively don't help you, you may end up with a semester grade that's a lot lower than you may want. So so you're trying to give students more time to take action. It's not so that we, the board, can just be informed. You're saying this
Actually,
is
I think so. On the one hand, yeah, maybe some families don't know, but I think a lot of students already do know. So really it's the other way, which is to say, I would like to know that the district knows who these students are and is reaching out to support them before it's too late, however you want to frame that. But it's really, are we serving students? Are we reaching out and finding out what's wrong? Is it because there's only 1 grade in the grade book that's, like I said, worth 3 points and they got 1 question wrong and so now they have an F? Or is there something else that's going on? These are red flags. Are we supporting our students? And when those reports are pulled, that means that for sure somebody has looked at it and has reached out to the students. And that is just, it goes fundamentally to goal 1 and to goal 2. And this is something that it happens, but it may happen too late, because really in some ways kids should know partway through the quarter already that someone is reaching out and cares that they're struggling and that there's some supports that are in place. And maybe when we're in person, that happens more readily, because just catch someone after class for a minute or talk to them or see. That may not be happening because the barriers are so much bigger, and you're relying on students to reach out and do an email to a teacher or send a note through Teams and take that initiative when they're already not getting out of bed. So is that clear? It's not just for it's so that we know the district is supporting each and every student.
I think it's helpful if I'd love to give Patty a couple of minutes just to share what we are doing with our MTSS teams, because I want you to know we're monitoring these grades at the school level and at the district level continuously, and reaching out. I had one of our high school counselors reach out to me after we put out the notice about grades and talk about all the efforts that they're taking to reach kids. And some of them are really, really hard to reach, but they're really, really hard to reach even when we're coming in person, right? Some of our kids, they're really struggling. They're still struggling to reach.
All right, I'm gonna pause, and I'm gonna say that we are way over time, but that's okay. We've got a few minutes to just wrap. The next agenda item is something that I think we can go through rather rapidly. So I think I would like to lend support to say that this is something that I also share a sense of urgency about. As I said, I believe that grades are one of the most anxiety-provoking aspects of schooling, and in our district in particular, where kids are very conditioned to worry deeply. And I appreciate Francine's advocacy both for the students and families to have the knowledge, but also for the district to have it so they can support the kids. I think it's a very operational piece, and I think like we gave the right feedback, and the district can manage that. And I also think what Eve is suggesting, that we learn a little bit more right now, just quick, not a huge presentation, about what some of the things are that the district is doing to support these kids in the now, would be very helpful and clarifying, because that would, then we can, if Francine has additional advocacy points, she can get those followed in. So if Patty's willing. Oh, yes.
I also just want to kick in here, and I don't know how to say this without being a little defensive, but there's like this inherent assumption that we're not doing anything, which is really disturbing to me. At just a really deep level here, because we are doing a lot of work in this area, and everything that you both have said is like, yeah, we know grades matter and they're important and we value them, and we made adjustments. And I'll just go back to even this decision that was made to not do the quarterly grades was, 2 weeks of time not being off. That's the one phone call I got from you, but it's like, hey, we got this. This is an important thing. So it's something that's really top of mind, but our teams are doing some amazing work in this area. So I don't know if we need to just shed more light into the work that we're trying to accomplish and the work that's happening, but there's a lot of good work that's been going on in this area. And I know that it's not perfect in any way, but we are doing work in these spaces to try to ensure that our students are getting the grades, that our educators are putting the information in, whether it's assignments, whether it's quizzes or things like that. But I'm really struggling with this a little bit, because there's just like, I think like we're deep down below in operations. And if the question is more, what are we doing? That's a much different question versus kind of this inherent assumption that we're not mindful of this also when doing our work in this area as educators, because that's what we're charged to do as educators.
Yeah,
I don't think we're in that.
The one thing I'd like to just say is that the inherent issue I have, Francine, with saying hurry up and expedite it, is you were supportive of the notion of not having the quarter grade go out, and that would have gone out, for a close of date of November 9th. And so you would have them expediting, telling people you're on the cusp of a D or an F, when we haven't given actually a little more time, because part of the notion was give a little more time to the teachers to be able to give a meaningful assessment to students of where they are. So my I guess concern is saying, well, if it was going to be November 30th and you're saying hurry up and get it out sooner, you're actually going to agitate the very student with a D or an F who may actually have had, maybe that teacher with a little more time would arrive at a more accurate assessment of where they are. That's exactly why we held off on the quarter. So I guess I disagree with the ask.
I need to clarify, that is not what the purpose of the ask is. Again, they could check, they already know, many of them already know that that's what the grade is. It's just they're not getting the support to learn or to demonstrate the mastery or to have an opportunity to not have a D or an F anymore. And so the ask is not so much to be notifying the student so much, just this is what you have, like what a progress report would do. It's these are the supports that are in place, like we recognize that that's going on. And I see Dr. Duran shaking your head, and so we can discuss and we can hear what it is, but I want to make it clear that my ask isn't to the ask is because of the supports that get put in place. So if we need to hear more about them, that's fine, because all we see is that there are students that are failing, and it's disproportionate. And so that is something where I think the board has the oversight role to say, like, what are we doing about it? So one of the things that we traditionally do is send out this report that then indicates the district recognizes that you are having trouble, and we are going to support you through this. And so that is one way that we traditionally have had. If there are other things that are going on, then we can hear about them. But I do want to make it really clear that it's not just sending out a report. It is a recognition and a support system for students.
All right, thank you, Francine, for the clarification. I'm going to clarify something, and then we're going to go back to Dr. Duran. So let me clarify first. We've had a very productive and positive meeting, and I don't want to end on this note of making some assumptions here. So I want to clarify that I am very much in support of this sense of urgency around making sure that we're doing everything we can to support students with respect to their academic learning and success. I actually don't believe that the way to do that is then to start to give operational directives. So I think I think we're going to come to a consensus from the board on taking the action to tell you when to send reports out. I just wanted to lend support to the idea that I think it's really important that this is a space that I get a lot of feedback from throughout the district and from throughout our meetings with kids. Like, it's a very consistent piece. So I just want to support that, making sure that kids know where their grades are at and that adults know where they are and are reaching out to them is really important to me. That doesn't mean that the district isn't doing anything. So I thought it was a great idea to hear an update from Patty about some of the things that are being done, because it sounds like everybody doesn't know what they all are. So I think that's where we're at. So Ivan, what would you like to take the next 2 or 3 minutes to do so we can kind of get past this item?
Well, I think John has something to weigh in here, so I'll just have John's add on to it because he's been leading a lot of our grading work and efforts that have been going on. So
I just want to I'll be really quick. So following our communication with staff about the decision, I did a follow-up communication on the Monday, and I was really clear in kind of the direction to teachers that basically threefold. 1, keep your grades up to date in Synergy Gradebook. 2, continue to provide meaningful feedback. 3, communicate with families about student progress. So that was the information that all teachers received, and I think what we can do is continue to ensure and work with our principals to ensure that that actually happens on the ground.
Sorry, I lost my mute. Thank you, John. And was there something that Patty was going to say about what we are doing when we know that kids are in that space of either not quite engaging or getting those D's and F's, and that there are already supports? Like, I think that is what I heard would be helpful for everyone to get a quick update on.
Hi, thank you. I'll just give a quick update. Once we started schools and the master schedules were solidified, we actually went back and we built on the successes we had last spring with the secondary support staff assignments, and we placed students. We've placed support staff in classrooms in our core area based on need of kids. So we took the classes, we disaggregated the data in the classes. For example, how many of the students in a particular English class at 9th grade had an I grade or in 10th grade? How many of the students are categorical and need a support? How many of these students in a class in an 11th grade English class are credit deficient? And we took that data and that prioritized where we placed support staff in a classroom during synchronous and then working one-on-one with kids during asynchronous time. That has been in place once the master schedule was solidified at the high school. We actually, as a grad success team, review the grade data and triangulate it on a weekly basis. And we take that data, we have additional support staff that we train every 2 weeks, and we place staff based on the needs of kids. And those needs shift over time. But once they are assigned to a student, they keep in contact with the student weekly at minimum, and they notify the parent of the progress that's happening with the student. Lastly, what I would say is tomorrow there's a multi-hour meeting, and that multi-hour meeting is with varied constituencies in departments. And the purpose of that is we're looking really heavily at the adaptive self-worth data. And we've been triangulating that with the grade data, with the attendance data, with the engagement data. And we have the next set of school support staff that we are going to have work with these kids during asynchronous time on the adaptive software. Not every student needs that, but there is definitely some trend data that is screaming the need, and we're addressing that. And there's individual student needs that we need to address, and we're addressing that. And that is also in conjunction with many workshops that we're going to facilitate with the student, with the parent and guardians, and with our family and community engagement group. So that's our next step based on the data.
Thanks, Patty. That's helpful. Can I ask one quick clarifying question? You said you identified a bunch of kids who are at risk from like incompletes last year, and then you're monitoring them and keeping the teams checking on them. Do you add to that list as you go this year, like as kids become in trouble or? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in two ways, Christine. One, what we do is in the classes where we already have support staff, when we start seeing the need, they pick up additional kids that are already enrolled in that class because they're joining the teacher and the kids during synchronous. So we've actually picked up quite a few kids through that process, and we are also placing additional support staff in classes that we're identifying need that don't currently have a support staff member for individual kids.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Thank you for the updates. And Francine, thanks for being so passionate about this. I think it is, like, I can't say enough about how stressful and anxiety producing the grading is. There's not a time we visit a secondary school that some kid doesn't bring up grades or issues, and it is a good indicator space for us helping kids. And I appreciate that there are things going on. I think the feedback is really just there as an enforcement. Like, we really do consider that piece of the puzzle a pretty big one right now. And I don't think that there's a directive being given.
Yeah,
there was
I just want to say that I just want to add on too. So yes, thank you, Francine. And I do think that, again, this kind of goes to, I think, earlier conversations around that some of the strategy work that we're doing is just a lot of how do we help the board understand some of the work that we're doing so that the board understands this and that you can know the pieces that we put in place, what we've asked, our educators to do, we've asked our principals to do, how we're following up with data so none of this is getting lost in any kind of a shuffle. So I think it's a difference around, the mindful inquiry and, understanding that, and how we ask those kind of questions, because we're doing a lot of great work here. And again, it's not perfect in any way, but we're doing the right work, and it is centered around equitable outcomes for all of our students.
Thanks, Ivan. And I think the other piece that goes with not only like the asks and the fact that we're making the asks and we have these programs and the things we're doing, but what's the follow through? Like, if we see a kid with an F, what are we doing? So Patty started to answer that. But also things like, if grades aren't up to date, we've asked teachers to update them. How do we make sure that everyone has reached a point of, yeah, my grades are pretty up to date. Kids know, or whatever those things are. So just the whole cycle. And keeping the board in the loop on some of that helps us understand too, and helps the public who are worried about it understand. So thank you for that, board. I would like to close this item unless there's anyone who has an additional item to raise. Okay, thank you for the intense and caring discussion. We're going to go now to a report that I think I talked to Dr. Duran about, and I've talked a little bit to Francine about ahead of time. I think we had some miscommunications and misunderstandings about what we're looking for in the schools reports, and I think we're not just looking for the piece to be pulled forth out of the annual report that came out in June and just take that and repeat it. We really wanted to dive in, and I think Dr. Duran has a vision of how he's thinking about maybe approaching the report a little differently for middle and high schools. Do you want to share that thinking with the board and just get some reactions to make sure we're all on the same page?
Yeah, I think this is a report that, maybe in hindsight, maybe should have asked the board to either, waive the policy on this one or anything, because it just, was something we normally do way back when, so we have taken a lot of that information and actually used it for our annual plan. So this is kind of a regressive report based on reports from last year, so we've done a lot of work in that. And so I think when we were trying to put the board together, the board report together, we definitely used the group of elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools as the data point, which, arguably could say, depending on what the policy says, could be interpreted in different ways. But I think that important part in this is for the middle school and high schools, I think what would be a better opportunity for us to actually share some of the things that we learned from last year and how we applied them into our annual plan, and then actually share some examples from both our middle schools and high schools, because I think that will help to give some insight to the board around how we have, utilized information to guide our work this year, and to really call out some specific examples on some good things that we're seeing happening in our schools. So that would be my proposal for the middle school and high school one.
I'm excited about that if. I have one if that I'll ask about, and then we'll see what the rest of the board also thinks. Will that be actually work that you guys are doing anyway? Like, are you evaluating what happened last year and kind of putting that together so you can take more actions this year? Like, are you basically just showing us work that you are doing, or are you making work to create a report?
No, I think it's the essence.
I'm all in.
I think it's the work we've done. It's the essence of what we've created in our annual plan. So it's already done. It's the work that's done, because again, that report is a regressive report, which would have been done to way back when. So no, it's already work that we've done. I think what this allows us to do is to take that information, just say, and here's how it's playing out. Here's what we're seeing in the middle school and the high school, and give you some examples in that area.
So you'd actually fuse this year a bit of a not only a backward look, but also some forward, some sort of previews as to here's what we did about it and here's what we're seeing play out.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, other board directors, let's hear if that sounds like it would really work better for you for this year for these school reports. Seema, I'm just calling people at random. Does that sound okay with you?
Yes.
Erica?
Yes, sounds good.
Awesome. Carolyn?
Okay.
Yeah, anything that you're hiding behind that okay?
No. No. I was just kind of I had some reactions to the report, and I'm trying to see where we're going with this discussion, but okay.
All right, thank you. And Francine, as far as like forward looking for the middle school and high school report, does that approach sound better to you?
Yeah, I really want to talk about where we are now, like what we're doing, what the implications. So just the past reports, with the implications and next steps, which is we already are into this year. So we need to be looking at the data we have now, where there can be some reflections on what had happened before and how that influenced where we are. But really, we're going to be doing new implications and next steps so that we continue strong through the year working towards the goals. So I definitely, hope the district can be focusing the time and energy on meeting the needs of students now. And so not rehashing reports that we've already basically seen that data.
All right, so with that in mind, oh, Ivan, go ahead, sorry.
Just say definitely feel we could do that.
All right, great. So with that in mind, I think I don't think that there's a lot for us to dig into in this report, because we've already had the opportunity, we've seen the data, and it's now data that is, through 2.5 months behind where we're at as a district right now, and it doesn't have additional insights to what we had in June. My expectation was, it says that for these reports, the unit of measure is the schools, and that doesn't mean the whole group of schools being looked at, it means the schools. And I think in the section on goal number 1, we did a lot of looking at that space, but in goals 2 and 3, we didn't, or 2 and 5, sorry, we didn't do that either. So the data is delayed and the data has some issues. So there's a whole bunch of different things. Anyway, that is where we're at on that piece of the report. Before there's a comment that's in the chat that I'll bring up in a second, but I don't know that that's on our agenda for tonight. That's not something that Ivan and I had discussed, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but first,
no, we could ignore that comment for right now.
Okay, and so board directors, is there something that you feel compelled that you need to raise from this report tonight in this forum? Carolyn, you're unmuted. I mean, you must have something you want to say.
Well, I think I was already unmuted. I mean, this is the report that kind of triggered my whole riff about as long as you meet your math and language goals, you should be lined up to do okay the following year. Looking at this and then just thinking we're in the time of COVID and hopefully next year we won't be. So we want kids to be prepared. And then, yeah, I was looking at it, just maybe I guess I missed something, because in our guidelines on the SIPs, we say pick just a couple of goals, but I would have liked to just see a little placeholder line for the other two goals. Just, we're working on the exceptional staff and hiring is on, off, different, whatever it is, or maybe, I guess this is last year. So I guess I do like the idea of kind of taking this and looking forward. What can we learn from this and look forward? But a little line about goal 4 and then a little line about goal 3. I was wondering, are we going to have any kind of elementary school like project or something? And it's too much to ask now because we're all online, but we're going to have it in the future or something?
Carolyn, I think we are going to have that. It's not part of the SIPs, but it is still part of the annual plan. And so the annual plan is not going to show kids completing those projects if they're not doing them at the schools. I just think that that wasn't necessarily a major focus. Ivan, can you clarify that?
Yes, we tie it into goal. Oh, sorry, Carolyn.
I'm sorry. We're just not reporting on it. We decided we're only reporting on 3 things in the SIPs or something, or it just seems like if we're doing it, it'd be kind of cool to just sort of add in that we're doing it.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one we're definitely still doing as part of one of our goals for the annual plan. So we definitely be having some work in that space.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah. So that's great feedback. As Heather Sanchez has pointed out to us, just so that anyone who's not able to see the chat knows that we have there are reflections and implications about the SIPs, and those are getting ready now. So that was great timing for feedback on the SIPs, Carolyn. Thank you. Any other questions or comments by board directors on this report?
Well, I think when we look at the next report, and so the idea, we're changing the reporting way. So instead of having the individual schools and their SIPs, so we'll have those as the plans themselves, but then the report is an opportunity to discuss, for example, elementary across half of the schools, for example, and look at the different strategies that are being used to achieve and how those are working, the tweaks that are being made. And so we're able to look across instead of just, getting into the operations, right? What is the strategies that are being used to get to our goals? And so just this plan didn't do that. And so we just want to make sure that the next plan is in that.
Sorry, Francine, just to clarify, report, not plan, right? Progress report, not plan. This progress report didn't do that. And the next progress report we want to. Yeah?
Yes, because it is new, right? So I guess if it wasn't clear from how 0300 was rewritten in that area, like when we say that, instead of looking at individual students in a particular school, we are looking at, still there'll be individual student data, but it's really by schools and strategies, right? Understanding that we have the benefit of being in a district that has multiple schools, and they are working with their particular populations and communities to address their needs, and yet there are still some commonalities and some things that we do across the district. And so what's working, what isn't working as well, how do we understand that, how and those shifts? So that, I think, I just want to clarify that was, I believe, the intention when we shifted to this new reporting system that we're about to have, and just want to clarify that and make sure that the board does agree, because that's what we wrote, and then that's what we'll be seeing. You're on mute, Christine.
Sorry, thank you, Francine. That was helpful. To close out this section, Seema or Erica, anything that you needed to add? I just want to make sure that you're not cut off.
No, but I just have to say we're supposed to have an exec session, and are we still having that tonight? Because I've indicated several times I have a hard stop at 8, and I think I'm going to be precluded from that.
Okay, so if we need to add some time or do something with that, we'll do something with that. All right, so thank you. So we're done, I think, this section. I just want to thank everyone for trying out some new spaces tonight and for trying a different type of discussion and really trying to get the 6 of us to have discussions about things and clarify things. And I appreciate the passion and the items and everything and the work that's being done. Thank you to everyone. Is there anything anyone needs to add before we close out tonight? Okay, so we're going to go into executive session. I'm going to schedule it for 10 minutes right now so that we all have a chance to just touch base and decide if we want to, if there's anything that needs to be happening in that, and then we'll come back and see if we need more time or not. But for now, we're just going to go for 10 minutes and we'll just go immediately. And when we get back, we will adjourn the meeting. There will be no additional business conducted. So I will be back by 8:07 or whatever with an update. Thank you. And Jen, can you please read the, Jen or Mike, can somebody put up on the screen the purpose for the executive session and read that while we go get this started? Thank you.
The purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public and when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee. That action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. The board will require an additional 10 minutes. The time is 8:22 p.m. They'll return at approximately 8:32 p.m. to confirm whether they need more time or whether they are finished with executive session. The time is 8:35 and 8:37, and the board will be in executive session for an additional 5 to 10 minutes. They'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes and announce whether they need additional time or whether they plan to end the meeting.
Hey all, sorry, my technology is a bit slow tonight, so everything's taken longer to work. We are finished our executive session. We have no further business to conduct, and our meeting is officially adjourned. Many thanks to Mike and Jen for making this all happen on a Monday. Really appreciate the extra effort to make that happen. Thanks, guys.